Should be live. We should be live. What's going on, guys? Hopefully you're keeping well on this fine Friday evening here in the UK. It's actually been quite a nice day. The weekend is upon us. And some big fights coming up. Some big fights coming up in the next few weeks or so. The next sort of 6 weeks, there's some big fights coming up. Namely, Alexander Usyk versus Anthony Joshua 2. Of course, that's a really big fight, heavyweight unification fight. Well, Usyk is defending his unified titles against AJ in their rematch. Big fight in Saudi Arabia. And of course, on the 17th of September, I believe, we have the trilogy fight between Canelo Alvarez and Gennady Golovkin. Of course, Canelo is undisputed at 168. And that's going to be a massive fight, no doubt about it. And, stylistically, that should be a really good fight as well. I'm looking forward to those two fights. I do wonder, though, there might be some skullduggery afoot in both fights, though we shall see. We shall see. Maybe we'll be pleasantly surprised. Who knows? Because, at the end of the day, boxing is a crazy, crazy sport. So anything can happen, but I'm expecting some decent fights there. I think Joshua's the underdog, and rightly so. I am favouring Alexander Usyk, but I certainly wouldn't rule him out as bad as he was first time around. Not only because he is a good heavyweight, but of course, politically as well, there's a lot riding on him here. There's that to consider. And same goes for Canelo and Golovkin. I favour Canelo in this fight to actually win cleanly. But if he doesn't, maybe he still gets a dodgy decision. But yeah, they are fights I'm looking forward to. And this weekend, we have a couple of cards. There's a card in Northern Ireland headlined by Michael Conlan. He is fighting Miguel Mariaga in a comeback fight. Mariaga's seen better days now, but he's a hard puncher. So it's a decent comeback fight for Michael Conlan. On the undercard, you've got Tyrone McKenna versus Chris Jenkins. Decent little welterweight fight. And you've got a whole host of prospects on the undercard. You also have a DAZN card in the UK at Sheffield Arena. Dalton Smith versus Samo Mason. That is for the British super lightweight title. That's actually vacant right now. I think Dalton Smith's quite a good fighter. I expect him to win that fight quite comfortably, to be honest. But that card isn't all that great. There's a lot of prospects on the undercard, but there's no real fights there that jump out at you, so to speak. And in America, we actually have another card on DAZN. Virgil Ortiz versus Michael Mckinson. Now, I rate Virgil Ortiz very highly, but, for me at least, he's been far too inactive. He's been far too inactive, but he is fighting Michael Mckinson, who is unbeaten himself, 22-0, only a couple of knockouts. I think Virgil will take care of Michael Mckinson quite comfortably, to be honest. But, Virgil has been out of a ring for a little while now. I think Virgil last fought in August of last year, so he's been out of a ring for about a year. A week shy of 1 year. That's incredible, for a young fighter who is really highly touted. That is far too long. Being out of a ring for a year, for somebody who is as talented as he is, that is criminal. That is criminal. And by the way, on the undercard, you have a semi-interesting fight at welterweight. You've got Maurice Hooker versus Blair Cobbs. That'll be interesting. I think Maurice Hooker should win that, but it's going to be entertaining, in my opinion. It's going to be entertaining. What's up, Nordic, by the way? Salute. Bruce Gas Boxing, Jazz, and more. Salute. Big up to True Crime with G-Man. What's up, man? How you doing? Hopefully you're keeping well, G-Man. I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm not too bad, G-Ho. How about yourself? Mick Conlan hasn't fought on a top-ranked show in 3 years. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, can't imagine Bob Arum can give two shits about him. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. But, I'm interested to see how he looks here because that was a brutal knockout he sustained against Lee Wood. How is he going to react if he gets caught on the chin? Mariaga, like I said, Mariaga is past his best. No doubt about it, but he can crack. So what happens if Mariaga catches him early on? That'll be interesting. That'll be interesting. Mariaga's a rugged South American, tough guy, and he's not going to be easily stopped. You know, he's quite durable, so he might stick around. That could be a hard fight, all depending on what he has left, really, Mariaga. But there you go. There you go. What's up, XMB? How you doing? How you doing? Hopefully you're keeping well on this fine Friday. Hopefully you're keeping well. Okie dokie. Conor Benn, I see he's not looking after his money. The guy's never fought for a world title buying a Rolls Royce. Yeah, that's crazy, but he's always got that name value to fall back on. He's not like your usual kind of up-and-comer. He's always got that name value to fall back on. He can kind of jump into acting or whatever. I mean, he's already done a bit of acting in the Rise of the Foot Soldier movies. I think he'll be fine, man. I think he'll be fine. Been good, mate, doing some research on crimes. So watch this space. Good to hear it, G-Man. Good to hear it. Knockout of the year so far, it's got to be Lee Wood over Michael Conlan, because especially as well, not just for knockout itself, but the circumstances leading up to it. I mean, he was losing the fight. So I'm going to say so far, best knockout is Lee Wood over Michael Conlan. Like, that was one of the very few knockouts this year that genuinely made me like get up out of my seat kind of thing. Because yes, Lee Wood was changing the tide, but you thought that Michael Conlan would see it through, that he'd win the fight. But it never happened, man. It never happened. Thoughts on the Mckinson Ortiz weigh-in? I've not seen it. To be honest with you. Kevin, I've not seen it. Did both guys make weight? Be interested to see what Ortiz looks like on the scales. I'll be interested to see what he looks like on the scales, Virgil Ortiz, because, you know, there's been a few question marks about how effectively he can make the weight, because he's a big kid and he's still growing. Let's have a look. Virgil Ortiz. Has the weigh-in happened yet? Let's have a look. I'm not sure. I don't think the weigh-in's happened yet. I don't think so anyway. But we'll see. Kevia, Parker, Joyce, what do you think about that fight? Joyce should take it. Yeah, I lean towards Joyce. I think Joyce might be a bit too aggressive, a bit too active for Joseph Parker. I think Parker might win rounds early on based on his speed, etc. But, you know, when he's forced into that kind of high-paced fight, he takes a lot of time off where he's just trying to box and move and pick single shots. Against a guy like Joe Joyce, I don't think that's really going to work. So I'm going to say Joe Joyce on points. I don't think he'll stop Joseph Parker. Parker is very tough. Did you hear that I joined Boxing Social? Well, good for you, Ali Drew. Good for you. I've been doing well, thanks for asking. Did you see that Liam Smith versus Hassan Mourinho has been made on a Boxer show? How do you think that plays out? Yeah, I saw that actually. Obviously, Mourinho is best known for knocking out Sam Eggington a few years ago. And since then, he's not really been seen. He's had low-level fights in, I believe he's from Tanzania, somewhere like that. He's not really fought anybody of consequence since then. So we'll see basically in that fight, was he just a flash in the pan and, you know, kind of lucked out? Or is he actually a decent fighter? We shall see. I've got a feeling he's one of those guys who just kind of hit the jackpot. He caught Eggington with a really good shot and that was it. I don't think he'll beat Liam Smith. What's up, Lee? Lee Talks Boxing, big up. Okay, so the weigh-in is on right now, okay. Yeah, Conlan versus Wood was the best KO for me. And Conlan, I can't see him being the same after he hit his head on the ground. Yeah, I agree. There's that risk with Michael Conlan now. he might not be the same fighter, because that was a devastating knockout. And it was a hard fight as well. It turned into a really hard fight. Conlon boxed really well early on, but, you know, Lee Wood put it on him at the end. Hang on. Michael Mckinson has no power whatsoever, but he's still a bigger puncher than Lerone Richards. Hilarious. Yeah, neither guy can bust a fucking grape. Michael Mckinson actually has a nice habit of catching guys off balance, where he'll drop a guy, because he is a pretty good counterpuncher, Michael Mckinson. But yeah, neither guy can really bust a grape. I've got Ortiz on points, a good learning fight for him. Maybe he might be a bit rusty early on due to the inactivity, but I'll be surprised. I'll be very surprised if he doesn't stop Michael Mckinson. And also, one thing about Michael Mckinson is people kind of see him as like a negative fighter in the context that he runs and moves a lot. He doesn't really like run that much. He actually, most of his defense, most of his evasiveness comes from upper body movement. He'll actually sit in front of a guy quite regularly, and just move his body, move his upper body kind of thing, slip punches and be elusive, and he'll try and counter. But the problem with Mckinson is he's pretty bad at creating his own offense. He waits for his opponent to then throw punches. He's an elusive counterpuncher, Michael Mckinson, with no power. I think he'll really struggle in this fight. Might have a bit of success early on, like I said, but yeah, Lerone Richards, he left Matchroom, another fighter gone, yeah. But again, he's not a needle mover. He's not a needle mover, you know? That's the thing with Lerone Richards. But it's weird, like Eddie Hearn's letting go of all of these sort of lesser fighters, these lesser draws, but he needs those guys to fill out cards. What does that mean for the future of the Zone UK shows? Because he needs these guys, right, to fill these cards out. Not really, bro. I don't think it is. It's headlined by Michael Mckinson. Sorry, not Michael Mckinson. What card are you on about? The UK one? Yeah, it's headlined by Dalton Smith versus Samo Mason. And Dalton Smith should win that fight comfortably. And there's no good fights on the undercard. Just a whole bunch of prospects. It's basically a souped-up next-gen card. XMB, that's what it is. It's basically a souped-up next-gen card. If you're ever at a show, come see me. Definitely watching Virgil Ortiz tomorrow night. I really, really hope the health issues that he had in the past don't affect him. Yeah, that's the only thing as well. I think that was quite genuine. He doesn't really seem the type to fuck around like that. I think that was genuine because he's been out of a ring for a long time as well, don't forget. Do you think Usyk will retire if he can't get the WBC belt? I'm not sure. That's a very good question. If he beats Anthony Joshua again and he can't get the Fury fight, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. Yeah, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it, Nordic. Although there's talks right now of Lee Wood versus Maurizio Lara. That's a great fight. That fight, listen, Lara could very well overwhelm Lee Wood, who's not the most durable. He has been knocked out. He does get dropped. He does get hurt. Maurizio Lara could very easily steamroll Lee Wood. However, Lee Wood is a very good straight counterpuncher and he hits hard. And Maurizio Lara takes a lot of risks to close that gap. He comes in square on, hands by his waist. If he gets caught by one of those big shots down the middle, who knows? That's going to be a shootout if that happens. Lee Wood, Maurizio Lara. That's a great fight. I agree, yeah. Wood's experience and heart won him that fight. Conlon can come again, in my personal opinion. But I agree there's a slight concern, yeah. Because that was a nasty knockout. It wasn't like he got dropped, then he got smothered, and then it got stopped. He got knocked out and then fell on the concrete floor below. Maybe seconds out, maybe. But like that type of knockout, you have to be somewhat concerned. I'm not saying he's definitely fucked, but you know, you have to consider it. Hey, Blue Collar. Got another fighter last time I said Danny Garcia is a B-class fighter. Mikey Garcia is in the low-class A fighter, A-level fighter. Yeah, maybe. I've never really rated Mikey that highly, like some people did. Listen, he was a good straight up like boxer puncher, but I never really felt Mikey had any crazy attributes. He was one of those guys. He did the basics well. He hit hard, nice timing, nice technique, but he was never the quickest, both in terms of hand speed and foot speed. He was never the most dynamic. I always felt Mikey was fairly one-dimensional, to be honest. I always felt he was fairly one-dimensional. I would say a solid B-class fighter. I always felt he got overhyped, to be honest with you. What's up, Gerson? How you doing? Yeah, rematch room. Yeah, losing Richards and guys like that. Yeah, exactly, is okay. That's okay, but who's going to feature on these cards? Exactly. If Virgil wins, would you be down to see him fight Stanionis? Yeah, that's a great fight, Gerson. That's a great fight. Stanionis impressed me against Butayev. I picked Butayev to win that fight, and I felt it was close. I felt it was one of those fights where, like, if it was old school, like a 15-rounder, Butayev would have got to him late on because that fight was starting to turn, but Butayev just left it far too late, in my opinion. But it was a great fight. And yeah, I'd like to see him versus Virgil Ortiz. Great fight. Yeah, Laura Woods is quite nice. I don't mind her. She ain't too bad. Lerone should sign with Frank Warren and go straight into a Zach Parker fight. I agree. That's a great fight, Lee. That's a really good fight. You've got the pure boxer versus the boxer puncher. That's a good fight. Have you seen Campbell Hatton's next opponent? 34 and 23. Okay, not good, but he has 22 KO wins. Someone as raw as Hatton, I wouldn't put him anywhere near a journeyman with more than 3 KOs. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, I'll be all there for it if Campbell loses. Wood KOs Lara, heavy-handed with much better technique. He does have better technique, but I do think Lara is much more robust. I think he's a lot more robust, and if he collapses that pocket, Lee Wood could be in a lot of trouble. Lara has a good puncher's chance against Wood, but Wood likely beats him. That's interesting. That's interesting. I'll be interested to see the odds in that fight. I would favour Lara just based on sheer aggression, strength, durability. You know, he seems pretty hardy, you know. But again, he could easily get knocked out. He could walk into a big straight shot, that straight right hand. Good fight, though, that is. That's a really good fight. That's one of those fights that will never be boring. They could fight 20 times. Never be boring. And chances are somebody's always going to get knocked out. I think if Parker is as good as he can be, given his natural talent, he should beat Joyce. I just don't have faith in him to perform that highly. I'm favouring Joyce currently, yeah. Yeah, Joe Parker's always been a guy who I felt should have done a lot more in his career. He's got a lot of attributes that certain heavyweights would kill for. He's got a great chin. He's got decent athleticism, decent hand speed, decent foot speed, solid boxing ability. Nothing special, nothing awful. Respectable enough power. Yeah, I mean, Parker's never really utilised what he has. I just don't think he's got the mindset for it. And if that is the case, if he can't shake that, he could be in a bit of trouble against Joyce, because Joyce is like the Terminator. If you don't discourage this guy, then you're going to struggle. You're going to be in for a real long night. But yeah, I think Parker needs to approach this fight like he did early on against Derek Chisora in that rematch, where he was kind of playing the boxer-puncher role / counter-puncher. He was landing some real good shots on Chisora as Chisora was coming in, and he was actually sitting down on those shots, hurting Chisora multiple times. I think he needs to adopt that style in this fight. He can't fuck around on the back foot and win this fight. I can't see it. How hilarious is it that Andrade fans are doing damage control, coming up with all of the excuses and lies and ducking of Zach Parker? Laugh out loud. Yeah, he couldn't really make it up. You know, after a while, you would have thought they would have kind of jumped off the train and said, you know what, I'm gonna leave this guy alone now. But I think people just love to try to be right, you know. I think that's what it is. People just want to be right all the time. They can't see the error of their ways. I guess that's what it is. But yeah, I mean, look at the Janibek situation, the Parker situation. It's kind of crazy, right? Honestly, I've just got no interest in Andrade right now. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. Lee Wood is a better fighter than Lara, and he should win. Lara is unbelievably crude and is overrated simply because of a win over an unprepared Warrington. I disagree, by the way, in the notion that Warrington was underprepared. Maybe he was first time around to an extent, but at the same time, that rematch wasn't shaping up well for Warrington, in my opinion. I don't think that rematch was looking good for him. And he was the guy who kind of resorted to kind of dirty tactics in the end. I think he knew he was in for another long night, win or lose. I think Lara, that's just it. Lara is a good fighter. He's not a good boxer, but he's a good fighter. Whereas Lee Wood is a better boxer. So you're gonna see what's gonna come out on top. Very good fight though. Both guys carry power. Lara's really durable, but he really needs to bully and pressure Lee Wood. Yeah, Wood's length and height and counterpunching will be a definite problem for Lara if he doesn't get active, at least in my opinion. I agree, Kokushi. Fight was supposedly postponed due to injury, then it's cancelled. Now he's calling out you, bum, laugh out loud. Yep. It's crazy. It's crazy. Kieran Conway versus Ammo Williams on the undercard of Canelo. Yeah, that's a decent test for Ammo Williams. I think Williams wins that fight, to be honest. But he should go a few rounds. Campbell Hatton's area level at best. Should retire. Do you find it hypocritical of her not wanting Wood to go for Santa Cruz anymore for the 25% split, or is he justified? I mean, that is what it is. That's just sanctioning body politics at the end of the day. It depends on who the alternatives are. Like Lara, I'd be happy with. Warrington, I'd be happy with. There are other fights for him, but it depends on who he fights. It depends on who he fights. If he doesn't fight Santa Cruz and then he fights a bum, then yeah, that's a bad look. Why doesn't anybody want to fight Bivol, the guy who beat the man in Canelo? Is Canelo the only boxer today to take risks for greatness? No, Buatsi's in talks to fight Bivol. Apparently they've put an offer to Bivol to fight Buatsi. So it looks like that's the fight that's going to happen next. Yeah, Wood's definitely got better, Nordic. Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I'm a big critique of Ben Davison, but he's done a good job there. He has done a good job there. I can't lie. I'll try and give credit where it's due, as much as I don't really like him. Ben Davison's done a good job there. Hang on. Lost my tab then. Whoops. I've got Parker beating Joyce on points. I'm not sure he's got the gas tank to do it though, Nordic. Like when he's in those sort of hard, grueling fights, there's spells where he takes off. Like he just takes off. Like there's periods of inactivity there. And again, against a guy like Joyce, man, I'm not sure about it. I'm really not sure about that. I think he needs to hurt Joyce. I think he needs to hurt Joyce to win that fight. If he can't hurt Joyce, I don't think he wins. Because I don't think he can outbox Joyce, not for 12 rounds. Not without hurting him. Can't see it. Really can't see it. Great fight, though. Wood versus Lara isn't guaranteed. A Matchroom fanboy account on Twitter said Kiko is the first choice and Lara is second. Listen, I like Kiko, but fucking hell. How many times is that guy going to get recycled? Yeah, exactly, yeah. Hearn is getting a percentage of Wood's earnings, so he wants to maximize it. Yeah, exactly. That's the truth, yeah. I don't remember if Ryan Garcia said he's moving up to 140 or wants Tank at 140, but question, since TO is at 140 now, would Garcia versus Lopez be the fight to happen in a year? I mean, I'd like to see it happen within a year, but I can't see it. I think they're going to try and rebuild Teofimo Lopez. And as for Ryan Garcia, it seems like they're still matching him quite softly. I can't see that fight happening in the next year. I really can't. I think they're going to take their time with Ryan. I'd like to be wrong because I think it's a great fight. I think somebody gets knocked out, but I can't see it happening within the year. Not only that, there's a promotional divide as well. One's on DAZN, one's on ESPN. Parker fights in spurts and gets on his bike and wins a narrow decision. I can't see it, bro. I don't think if he fights in spurts, he needs to be hurtful. He needs to be hurtful with his shots. Because if it's the same old Joseph Parker where he's not hurting his opponents, then he's going to struggle. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So the Usyk AJ fight is going to be free on Usyk's YouTube channel, locked to Ukraine. But basically, if you have a VPN service, you should be able to see that fight for free by selecting the connection to the Ukraine. Janabek is a problem. Could be any 160-pounder. Yeah, he looks very good, Kevin. He's getting a lot better fight by fight as well, developing really well. Hits hard, good counterpuncher, southpaw. Really good fighter. Really good fighter. Very interesting style as well. I like him. Maybe Golovkin's spiritual successor. Who knows? We'll see where he goes. I hope he gets the Andrade fight. I think that fight makes sense for both guys. Obviously, Janabek wants a title shot, and Andrade's bitching and moaning that he can't get a fight. I mean, I think if Andrade took that fight and won legit, it's one of his best wins. So why not take it? What's up, Randy? Yeah, I still can't get over DAZN putting Campbell Hatton as one of the best prospects in boxing. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. I don't know why boxing coverage, even when it comes to broadcasters backing their fighters, I don't get why boxing coverage is so unprofessional. You would never see something like that on Sky Sports. You would never see something like that on Sky Sports. You know, just because let's say there's a young player who is the son of a famous player, they will never hype him up like that unless he's actually good. You don't get it in other sports apart from boxing. Yeah, good fight. That fight could happen as well because Zerdo is now WBA Mando. That's a good fight. I can't believe that anyone isn't pushing Hearn Warrington about Lara. Talks of Woods versus Lara getting the winner of Warrington, that's upside down, yeah. But that is the way of boxing, you know. When there's a guy who's not fashionable, who's dangerous, they're going to try and make the guy go through the ringer. And that's exactly what they're probably going to try and do with Lara. But having said that, why not just make Warrington versus Lee Wood? That's a big fight. That's a big ticket sale fight. Whether it's in Leeds or Nottingham. That's what I would do if I was Hearn. I would just make Lee Wood versus Warrington. Having said that, though, Warrington is now going to fight his Mando, Bernardo Lopez, who's a very good fighter, very dangerous fighter. Again, he's not a great boxer, but he's very, very, very strong. Hits hard. He's very rugged. Yeah, it's a good fight. I would favour Lara as well, Larry. But I think it'll be a great fight. I would favour Lara's pure strength, physicality, and aggression. I think he'll bust the, kind of like the old saying goes, he'll bust pipes. The pressure's going to bust pipes. But Lee Wood's got a great puncher's chance in that fight. Lee Wood is the better boxer, but I don't know. Didn't the WBA mandate B-roll? Yeah, they did, yeah. I much prefer that fight over B-roll versus Buatsi, although that fight is pretty good, but Zerdo is much better. I would say so, yeah. Zerdo's more proven. And I rate Zerdo higher than most. For Joyce versus Parker, I can see Parker landing hella shots on Joyce for the first half. We will think Joyce could get stopped, but then Parker punches himself out and Joyce takes over. Listen, I hope it is that sort of fight because that sounds exciting. That sounds exciting. That's the sort of fight we need, man. That'd be great. Yeah, no worries, man. I think Ryan Garcia is very underrated. He's way more talented than the other 135-pounders. Do you mean like the other young 135-pounders? Yeah, he is talented. He's got a lot of raw athletic ability. Patrick Curtis, because the video was self-explanatory. He said that Golovkin versus Canelo 3 wouldn't be on pay-per-view on DAZN UK. Turns out it is. Therefore, he's a clown in my book. That's simple as that. What would you say is a fair split for Wood Santa Cruz? 25% seems fair for Wood, who can't sell out a big arena, and the fight will most likely take place in America. Yeah, I think it's just, there's probably just more lucrative fights out there. That's why they're kind of dismissing it. Yeah, they did order it. Yeah, and Bivol said he's looking forward to the fight. Yeah. Yep, I remember Larry. Yeah, when he fought that Spaniard. No, was it the Spaniard? I forget who it was. But yeah, I remember. Yeah, they'll have Campbell Hatton as a hot prospect, then blame the fans for being disappointed when he struggles, loses against the journeyman. Yeah. Yeah, listen, man. If Ricky Hatton sparred Campbell now, he probably would still fold Campbell. Yeah, that fight's got vibes of like fucking Lara once again, like similar-ish sort of fighter. Big dude, strong dude. He's going to bring that pressure. That's a good fight. I don't think he's quite as heavy-handed though as Lara. That's the only thing that's worth saying. Exactly, yeah. I think that fight will happen at some point. Does Chris Billam-Smith deserve a title shot with no world-level wins? I mean, I think he's done well at domestic level, Chris Billam-Smith. He's gone through some good fighters, but you could argue that he doesn't deserve a shot. What's up, Alex? That's a great fight, Michael Van Gerwen. Yeah, that fight apparently is in negotiations. Jaime Munguia versus John Ryder. That's an excellent fight. Munguia is like the pure pressure fighter there. Like, he is kind of wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Whereas Ryder, he is a pressure fighter himself, but he's a lot more subtle on the inside. That's a really good fight, That's a really good fight. I'd have to really think about that one, because that would be at 168, where Munguia's not fought. And Ryder's now accustomed to that weight. That's a very good fight. Yeah, Ricky would have taught Campbell pound for pound skill. Sorry, you'd think Ricky would have taught Campbell me pound for pound skill, me aggressiveness and me body punching. Yeah. Yeah, Bernardo Lopez is ruthless. He pretty much ruined both Isaac Lowe and Gabriel Flores' careers back to back. Both he and Lara deserve title shots. Yeah. Yeah, that's an unfortunate situation for Warrington, because if he wins that fight, he's not going to get any credit from the casuals. But if he loses, he's going to get fucking shat on. So he's in an unfortunate situation there. He really is. Even if he wins, that's a hard fight, I'm telling you. And if he does win, I'll give him credit, because that's a hard fight. Ryan always looks like he's trying to tan his chin. Well, it's out there enough, isn't it? It's sticking out there enough. I don't mind. Listen, I don't mind watching Ryan Garcia fight. I don't mind watching him fight. Yeah, there's a big power differential between Conlon and Lara. Wood cannot get hit with the same shots Conlon was hitting him with. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, if Conlon's hurting you, like Lara, if he lands a barrage on you, it could be good night. Or you could at least get dropped. I like Munguia. I've always liked Munguia. Like, he's fun to watch, no doubt about it, but he needs to step up. I'd like to see him fight one of the Charlos. I like the John Ryder fight. I just want to see him fight a guy who has a pulse. But I like him. Did you see the athletic runner who was found with 9 different types of drugs in her system? 16 years old, yeah, pumping her full of drugs. Yeah, not surprised. Yeah, do you know what, Lee? I am leaning towards Warrington. The difference to me again between Lara and Bernardo Lopez. Lopez might be a slightly better fighter, maybe technically, but he's not quite as big a puncher. And I think Warrington might just about out hustle him to a close points win. But it's a very good fight. Again, though, it's one of those fights where, like, even if Warrington wins, that could take something out of him. It really could. Oh, yeah, by the way, that fight between Isaac Chamberlain and Chris Billum-Smith was a really good fight. Really good fight, man. Far better than the Channel 5 card. Really, really good fight. Yeah. De La Hoya's getting Munguia to 51-0, beating Floyd's record. I thought Munguia lost to Dennis Hogan. Yeah, I felt it was a close fight. I don't think it was quite the robbery that people made out, but you can easily say that Hogan won that fight. I felt he probably just about edged it, to be honest. I heard the hold-up with the TV rights for the Usyk-AJ fight came down to Sky being worried about people using VPNs to watch the fight on Usyk's YouTube. Okay, not surprised by that. Because I'll try and use, if I'm not out watching it, I'll try and use a VPN, because I've got VPN. I've got Nord and Surfshark. Munguia versus Bivol would be fun. He can try and avenge Canelo. Oh, Bivol would fucking tune Munguia up, man. He's too... Like, Munguia's 160 right now. I know he's a big 160, but still, he'll get tuned up, man. Might even get stopped. Ryan Garcia's for Justin Bieber of boxing. Is this Adrian Broner fight still happening? Apparently, yeah, he's fighting, what's his chops? Figueroa. Omar Figueroa, yeah. Let's actually listen. Both guys are basically done at world level. They have been for a long time. But get those two guys together. I actually think that'll be a decent fan-friendly fight because Broner's legs have gone. Broner's legs have completely gone. And Figueroa is like an aggressive dude. He maintains a pretty good output. So that's going to be a good fight. John Ryder would probably get robbed again against Munguia. The man can't catch a break. I don't know. He actually got a close decision against Jacobs for once. Maybe he's riding the luck of the Irish right now. Who knows? The thing is with Ryder, yeah, sometimes he's a bit too, his output's not quite what it should be. But he's more skilled than Munguia. He's certainly more skilled. And I wonder whether his power will tell in that fight. Because Munguia gets hit a lot, but he's been getting hit by non-punchers. Whereas Ryder can bang a bit. Strange that they're putting Canelo Golovkin on UK pay-per-view. Do you think the platform needs more testing here before they bring in the standard £20 when a UK fighter is involved? Maybe, but I just think they're desperate. I don't think the launch has gone anywhere near as well as they expected. Maybe they're not seeing the buzz for the third fight in America, so they're going to try and claw back the pay-per-view revenue in other territories like the UK. There's a whole bunch of reasons why they've changed their mind, but you know, they gave the excuse that the market changed. Well, they announced in May that it's not going to be pay-per-view. What changed in a couple of months? Oh, market change. What market change? What exactly changed? That is the thing with the zone. I like certain aspects of the zone, no doubt about it. There's been pretty good cards on the occasion, but you know, they are developing a pretty bad rap with customer relations right now, because they came into the scene with the mantra that they're going to kill pay-per-view. That obviously wasn't the case in America. They soon went back on that, and here we are again, going back on their promises or going back on their word. That's not a good look. It's not a good look at all. It feels like they are. It feels like the zone are playing it by ear, kind of thing. Yeah, I felt it was a close fight, man. I felt that fight could have gone either way, quite frankly. One thing, though, I will say, I said it in my post-fight review, I felt Jacobs was lucky not to have, like, points deducted for holding. That's true as well, yeah. People forget that. Yeah, Warrington got his jaw broken in the Martinez fight, yeah. That is true. But one thing about jaw injuries, usually fighters actually recover quite well. Ricky Burns recovered quite well from his. It never really affected his durability. I thought Munguia was class when he fought Liam Smith. Yeah, that was still his best win. But he seems to have stagnated a little bit. Yeah, I know you can see he's trying new things with Eric Morales. He's trying to get his jab going a bit more. He's trying new things, but he's still definitely developing. Hopefully, we'll see Sonny Edwards versus Julio Cesar Martinez soon. That's a great fight. But it's in talks. Sorry, 1 second. Speaking of the Channel 5 card, Josh Kelly has not improved at all. I think Troy could stop him if they fight next. Yeah, that's a good domestic fight. Listen, Troy's a fun fighter, but I think his level is domestic level, to be honest. I don't really think he's going to go much above British level. I think Kelly's more naturally talented, but I do wonder about his durability, his toughness, that sort of thing. I think that's a good fight. It's a good fight. I think that could go either way. I actually might lean towards Josh Kelly, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, listen, bro. If they have regular cards on Channel 5, free to air TV, it's a good look. I'm all for free boxing. So hopefully they pick up some more fighters. They get more regular cards on. One thing I will say, since Wasserman have taken over Channel 5, the main events have not been as good as Mick Hennessy's were. Mick Hennessy's cards were shit, but the main events were always good on Channel 5. He had some really fun fights on Channel 5. Yeah, 126 is a great division. We was having this conversation the other day, Gerson, a few weeks ago. And yeah, 126 right now is looking real strong. So yeah, featherweight. So yeah, if you look at featherweight, you got Ray Vargas, Brandon Figueroa, Mark Magsayo, Gary Russell, Emmanuel Navarrete, Maurizio Lara, Lee Wood, Josh Warrington, Isaac Dogbay, Joet Gonzalez, Leo Santa Cruz, Ruben Villa, Rebese Ramirez, Bernardo Lopez, aka Luis Lopez or Luis Alberto Lopez, Michael Conlon. Bro, that's a really good division. And the good thing about that division is, I don't think if they all fought each other, nobody could say with conviction who is number one. Some would say Navarrete, some would say Figueroa, some would say Vargas, some would say Warrington, some would say Lara. I mean, that's a great division. That is so open up in the air. And if all of those fights happen, you'll get some classic fights. I'm telling you now. Imagine Figueroa versus Navarrete, for example. Or even Figueroa versus Vargas. There's some great fights to be made there. Magsayo versus Navarrete, Magsayo versus Lara, Wood Warrington, Warrington Magsayo, Warrington Figueroa. There's some great fights to be made there. Yeah, I agree, Nordic. Florian Marku knocks out Josh Kelly. He might do, you never know. Yeah, Wasserman is basically Probellum 2.0. You want to see Broner versus Ryan Garcia? It would sell, Jared. It would sell. Yeah, that whole notion. Do you remember that? If Broner lets his hands go. Yeah, it's a great fight, Kevin. Ryder versus Munguia. It's a good action fight. Both throw a lot, and neither are A level. Yeah, it's a good fight, man. Yeah, so that could be for the vacant WBC title. Yeah, that's a great fight. I would lean towards Prograis, but Zepeda's a very dangerous southpaw counterpuncher. But I think he'll get outboxed in that fight. I think Prograis will play the role as the boxer in that one. Like Prograis he's pretty versatile. He can fight, he can box, he can counter. I think he'll try and box in that one. Good fight though, really good fight. I lean towards Prograis on points. I've got a bad feeling Usyk gets robbed badly, worse than the Josh Taylor fight. Might do. Hooker came in at 150. Fucking hell. Yeah, Omar Figueroa's performance against Abel Ramos was so bizarre. He used a very faulty cross guard, which made him eat so many punches. Yet he didn't adjust at all. Yeah, he might just be shot, Jiho Park, and if that's the case, Broner might have a chance. But I think Broner's pretty much shot as well, though. Yeah, I can't see it, Felipe. I can't see Danny fighting Munguia. He'd get fucked up. He's too small. Yeah, I'm leaning towards McKenna as well. I think McKenna might have a bit more in the tank, Lee. Like Jenkins says, he's been around a long time. Yeah, exactly. DAZN have essentially gone back on all of their USPs. Yeah, that's what was my problem with the whole Golovkin Canelo pay per view thing. Like, if they never said anything and they just put it as pay per view, I wouldn't really be moaning, to be honest. Like $9.99 is what it is. It's not a lot of money. Cool, but it's the fact they said it wasn't going to be pay per view, and then they changed their mind. Like literally, a couple of months later. Yeah, I don't really rate Figueroa Nordic. At lightweight, that's where he was best, and he was a pure weight bully. But yeah, he's not particularly special. Oh yeah, he's no doubt tough. Yeah, Warrington is no doubt tough. He's got a good chin, but he just got cracked in that fight. It was what it was. Big up, mate. I knew there was a cheeky live coming. DAZN have disgraced themselves, but it's like you said in the past. Boxing is a top level pussy. We just can't stop with. Yeah, exactly. Stop fucking with. Yeah, exactly. But I'm not going to pay for that fight. I'm not going to pay for it. What is the most unpopular scorecard that you have, in that you disagree with the general public's opinion? Um, it's not really a scorecard per se, because I've not gone back and watched the fight and I never scored it round by round. But Estrada versus Gonzalez 2, I felt it was a close fight. I think I might have had it a draw. I felt it looked like a draw. I might have to go back and watch it though. I might have been smoking crack that night. I don't know. But that's an unpopular one. Whenever Liam Smith's name gets mentioned, Troy Williamson goes into hiding, laugh out loud. Yeah, Troy is not ready for Liam Smith, and he never will be. Honestly, nobody domestically at 154 can beat Liam Smith. Say what you want about Liam Smith, but he is far better than domestic level. He's not world class, but he's far better than domestic level. Whereas Troy is just a good domestic fighter, nothing more, nothing less. I have many unpopular scorecards, planning to do my own commentary and film studies on certain fights when I find out how. I'll tell you what, if you want like screen recording software, Bandicam is pretty good. You have to pay for it, but it's not expensive. But it's pretty good. It's pretty solid. It's easy to use. So Bandicam, you can record it live. Let's say you watching a fight, whatever. You can record the fight live on your screen and talk over it, and it records your commentary as well. Just got to make sure the settings are right. Which fights would you go to? Shields Marshall? I guess you'll say no. No. Joyce Parker, Taylor Catterall, or Conor Ben Eubank? Honestly, I'd like to go to Taylor Catterall. I think that would be an interesting fight. The atmosphere down in Scotland would be good. I'd probably say Taylor Catterall. Yeah, Sakalovsky has been done a few times. Yeah, Galahad might be fighting Maxi Hughes next. That's a good fight. At lightweight though. Hang on. Garcia versus Lipinets is one that I don't understand at all. I thought Lipinets clearly won, and it wasn't close in my opinion. Listen, bro, I forgot that fight. I've totally forgot what happens. All I recall Lipinets getting dropped once, and Mikey's nose being fucked up. That's really all I recall from that fight. I don't really remember it. Yeah, I've got no idea who that O'Connell is. I wouldn't go that far. No, Warrington's a good fighter. Warrington is a good fighter. What's up, Foul Man? Yeah. Yeah, he's not going to go to Mexico, Warrington. Jake Paul versus Andrew Tate is apparently on. Top G late stoppage. I don't think Jake has for cardio. Jake's a better technical boxer, though. Like Andrew Tate was a kickboxer, and not like an elite one at that. He fought in more minor organizations. He never fought in Glory or K1. He fought K1 rules, but not in K1, like the promotion. But yeah, Jake Paul has a good chance in that fight. Because if you look at Andrew Tate sparring and that sort of thing, he's got low hands, chin in the air. I mean, he'll give Jake Paul problems, no doubt, because Jake Paul's a novice, but don't be surprised if Jake wins. Yeah, it is what it is, though, Fire Goblin. It is what it is. It happens, doesn't it? Yeah, one thing about that, though, about if Usyk can't knock out Joshua this time, he deserves to lose. Joshua will be shaking, walking to the ring again. Have you noticed, though, I looked at some of Usyk's training footage, and it looks like he's bulked up. He's looking beefy. He is looking bigger. I think he might be training for the knockout. I think he might be gunning for it. I think he might realize what's on the line here and what could happen to him. So, yeah, maybe I think he might be going for the knockout, Alex. Broner versus Garcia would be jokes, but if Broner goes behind and goes behind Ryan and grabs him like he did, Ryan might like it a bit too much. Maybe he might. I think he'll try and be aggressive, Fire Goblin, and whether that works or not, we shall see. It could be his undoing. It's also frustrating how nobody from DAZN has explained their decision. Instead, get Eddie and Frank Smith saying what it is. Yeah, exactly. There's no accountability there. Dead zone. Watching from Kosovo, hearing gunshots, and watching Michael Mckinson versus Ortiz laugh out loud. Are you in Kosovo right now? You're in Kosovo. Damn. I'll see. But I've heard there's a bit of how do you say? There's been some disturbances there. Or last weekend, I think it was. Something to do with Serbia and Kosovo. That's what I've read on social media. How true it is, I don't know. My unpopular score, I had Jesse Vargas beating Mikey. That was a very close fight, XMB. I wouldn't call you crazy for that scorecard. Are you watching Usman versus Edwards on August the 20th? Probably not, bro, to be honest with you. Probably not. Usman should win that fight comfortably. Yeah, he's a solid fighter. Liam Smith. He's one of those guys, he's way above domestic level, but he's not quite world-class. Like, if Liam Smith had, like, genuine world-class punching power, he'd be a problem. Like, if his hand speed was a bit quicker and he had world-class punching power, he would be a problem because he's got some really good skills on the inside, Liam Smith. Did any of you see the Figueroa-Ricky Burns fight back when Figueroa was a prospect? He got absolutely dominated and beaten up all night. And ref Lawrence Cole, surprise, protected him badly. I saw the fight, but I don't really remember it, Nordic, to be honest with you. I had Danny Garcia beating Sean Porter. Again, I felt Sean Porter nicked it, but it was very close. I had it, Jared said 7-5 Gonzalez. I had it, people said it was robbery. Yeah, Oscar Purnell wasn't a robbery. Purnell versus Chavez, yeah, that wasn't great, but the Oscar fight wasn't a robbery. No way. See, to me, I felt not Chisora, Pulev. I felt Pulev started that fight slowly, but came on in the second half. I didn't really care enough to score it properly. I felt it was a decent fight. It wasn't too bad. Most of my unpopular scorecards revolve around fights in Germany: Stern Macklin, Otke versus Reed, etc. Well, I never really felt the Stern Macklin fight was that egregious, to be honest with you. The Otke fight, I actually felt Reed beat him, to be honest with you. I felt Reed beat him. But again, I kind of see Otke as like, Otke's a weird one. Otke, he doesn't get enough respect from certain crowds, from most boxing fans, but at the same time, some of the criticisms of his career are valid, in my opinion. Like, he clearly lost to Mads Larsen. He clearly lost that fight, in my opinion. I felt the Mads Larsen fight was the worst one. I felt he lost to Mads Larsen. And I felt he lost to Robin Reed. But apart from that, I don't think the rivalries were what they were made out to be. Like, I felt he genuinely beat Glenn Johnson, for example. I felt he won that fight. He's another guy, though. If Otke had serious power, he'd have been a fucking danger. I agree, Albanian boxer, though. I think Usyk is better than Fury. He is better. It's just whether he can bridge that size gap. Yeah, Galahad, that gym beast on steroids who got chinned by a 50-year-old Spanish waiter. Exactly, yeah. That was hilarious. Because I couldn't believe it when that happened, because he was winning that fight comfortably, and he got dropped, and then he got fucking knocked out. He got dropped in round 4, I think it was, and then he got knocked out at the start of round 5. Crazy. Who would you pick between Bivol and Usyk if that fight ever happened? I'd say a legit 50-50. Shame Usyk retired. Beterbiev really broke him. Yeah, I mean, I think Bivol is a slightly better boxer, but Usyk had better power. I'd probably lean towards Bivol in a close fight. Jake Paul versus Robin Krasniqi. Yeah, Krasniqi would fuck his world up. Okay, so yeah, Mikey scored a knockdown, was a left hook. But outside of that, I felt Lipinets clearly outboxed him. Yeah, he's been around for years, Andrew Tate. I've known of him for a long time. Again, take what he says with a grain of salt. I mean, there's certain things I agree with him on, like the state of the world to a certain extent in regards to things like, the COVID, things of that nature. But there's other things that, again, I don't necessarily adhere to or agree with. But he's entertaining. He's certainly charismatic. But again, he is a hustler at the end of the day. He's trying to sell. And there's nothing wrong with that, but that's what he's doing. You know? AIDS versus monkeypox. AIDS by 5th round TKO Nordic. Too experienced. He might be. Alex could be an agent of chaos. It's very possible. Who knows in this world anymore? I mean, his what do you call it? Strategy to get big on the internet was pretty good. I mean, all he did really was pay people to clip his shit, clip his videos and share on TikTok, share his most controversial opinions, and he got big. He got a lot of views. But again, he's one of those people, again, it's worrying that so many people see him as like a leader. They don't see value in themselves, so they try and be like somebody else. That is the most kind of cringy thing surrounding the whole Andrew Tate situation. Again, there's certain things I agree with him on, but this whole cult following that he's got is bizarre. It's bizarre, honestly. And you see his fans on Twitter and social media literally parrot what he says word for word, no independent thought or anything of the kind, It's kind of strange, but I'm sure they're all like young, disillusioned men or teenagers. Yeah, Brona Maidana was a great watch. I think it would suit Usyk to come into the fight a little bit lighter. He needs to be fast. Speed and movement are his best attributes. Yeah, I would say come in at the same weight as he did first time around. Yeah, people don't think about it that way though. Like it's not necessarily that more money in the sport's a bad thing, but it's the distribution of money. It's who's getting paid what. What is bad for boxing is when certain guys get paid like silly money to fight bums. That's when it gets bad. Because if you're getting paid $1 million to fight a bum, why would you take $2 million to fight a really, really dangerous fight when you can fight two bums for the same money? That's when it becomes a problem. If fighters were paid what they're worth, we wouldn't have as many of these problems. You got it right then, Albanian. You got it right. You proved yourself. You validated your pick. I picked Canelo by robbery. Yeah, man, I see Usyk landing continuous hooks around Joshua's head guard. Once Usyk stuns him this time, hopefully he won't coast. Yeah, I think he'll try and be a bit more purposeful with his attacks in this fight. Well, Virgil's a big dude, man. I mean, I'm not surprised. He's growing as well. He's still quite young. Yeah, if he doesn't flatline Usyk, I think the only way he wins is by a dodgy decision. I don't think he can beat Usyk fairly on points. He can definitely, listen, he can knock him out if he lands the right shot or the right sequence of shots. He's a big dude at the end of the day, and he does punch hard. Fair play, Alex. I mean, listen, it's going to get a lot of people's attention. And I'll certainly watch it. I'll be looking at the build-up, but I can only see it going one way. Yeah, Liam Smith has great ring IQ. He's a good fighter, man. He's a good fighter. He's a very good fighter. I love his inside game, man. I love his high guard, how he kind of shifts and cuts for distance, cuts for range, how he kind of creates angles for himself on the inside. Liam Smith actually has really good inside skills, which is something a lot of like British fighters don't have. A lot of British fighters can't fight on the inside. Liam Smith actually has skill up close. He does. Good fighter. And I've always enjoyed watching him fight. I can't really recall him being in a boring fight, Liam Smith. All of his fights are usually pretty good. I am sweating, by the way. I'm fucking sweating. I have a feeling that Michael Mckinson will pull off an upset. Ortiz doesn't look himself. Don't be surprised. I'll be shocked, Albanian boxer. I'll be shocked. Like, Mckinson's a good domestic fighter. Nothing more. One thing I never understood was how everyone gave Kambosos round 12 over Lopez. I've watched that round a few times and never not given it to Lopez. I totally forgot, bro. I don't remember these fights like that anymore. I've not rewatched that fight since the day it happened. I've not rewatched it since the day it happened. Really good fight, though. It was a really good fight. Smith surprised me against Kurbanov despite losing. Showed some very good technical improvements. Yeah, that was a really good fight, you know. That was a really good fight. Again, that's another fight that I never got the robbery narrative over. It could have gone either way, in my opinion. Don't get me wrong. It could have gone either way, but it was just a close fight, in my opinion. I felt Kurbanov landed the cleaner shots, the more eye-catching shots, but I felt Liam's work rate in certain rounds was better, you know? That was one of those fights, again, could have gone either way for me. But again, that's a fight, though. That's a fight that we should really get a rematch for. See, I can't see that one, Randy. Can't see that one. Can Kambosos win a rematch? No way. Fire Goblin. Totally wrong style. Like, people going into that fucking Haney fight, they were making out like Kambosos was this heavy-hitting pressure fighter, relentless guy. He's never been that. Kambosos is a front foot counterpuncher who primarily operates best at mid-range, in my opinion. He was never this like pressure fighter that's going to really put it on you like that. He is somewhat aggressive, but not like, not like a Maidana or somebody like that. I don't think he's got the right style. I don't think Devin's going to give him the opportunities to land those killer shots. He'll land the odd shot here and there, but I just think Devin's distance control, his jab, his feet are too quick. I just think Devin's got the stylistic advantage there, and he's bigger and taller. So no, I didn't give him much of a chance going into the first fight. I give him even less of a chance going into the rematch, to tell you the truth. Do you think the Chavez-Meldrick-Taylor stoppage was controversial or not? I had a mad debate about this the other day. I mean, I've kind of jumped back and forth. Like, if that fight, theoretically, let's say that fight was stopped at the start of round 12, where there was like 2 minutes left, would we then complain about the stoppage? I'm not so sure. I'm not sure we would. You can make the argument that Meldrick-Taylor never answered the referee's questions. He kind of looked away at Lou Duva, who was on the ring apron. He distracted Meldrick-Taylor. He looked away. He didn't answer the referee's questions. You can see how a referee would call it off, right? So I can see it from that perspective, but at the same time, there was 2 seconds left, and he was winning the fight. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Sturm ruined Macklin. Macklin was never the same after that fight. Yeah, and Sergio Martinez put the nail in the coffin. Or was Sergio Martinez before? I forget. I think it was after. Yeah, I never liked Matthew Macklin. Like, if you recall back in the day, like, there was Matthew Macklin, Darren Barker, Martin Murray, and Andy Lee. Like, I always felt the other three were likable. Like Barker, Lee, and Murray. They were all likable, but like Matthew Macklin was always a prick, and he still is. Yeah. I don't think that's unpopular. I don't think saying Usyk's better than Fury is unpopular. Yeah, but he was caught with a hellacious shot, Larry. It was a big, big punch. It was a big, big punch. Hang on. Yeah, again, we'll see what Kid Galahad does next. Fucking hell, I can't type. Oh shit, I've lost where I was now. Fuck. I'm sorry, I remember Sky Sports had that fight a draw, and still the Sky fanboys say they were calling it a robbery. Yeah, Macklin got pasted in the second half and spent most of the fight slapping gloves. Yeah, slapping that high guard. Yeah, Galahad, yeah. You have to question his chin after that, no doubt. Would it be worth sanctioning bodies not to allow titles on the line in rematches through clauses, or would that just hold up divisions even more? Listen, if it's a voluntary, I don't really think you can complain about rematch clauses that much. But what I don't like rematch clauses in mandatory fights. That's what I don't like. I think they should be totally outlawed, and the sanctioning bodies could easily do that. They could easily have a clause in their contract which states no rematches unless ordered by the sanctioning body. So let's say, for example, like Groves versus Froch. Groves was Mando. There was no rematch clause. The fight was extremely controversial, and then the IBF ordered the rematch because of the controversy. That's how it should work. If there's a rematch for a Mando, it should be ordered by the sanctioning body because the fight was controversial. That's how it should work in an ideal world. But, we don't live in an ideal world. Yeah, they've been all hyped for years, though, Fire Goblin, since for the likes of Prince Nazim, etc. But ever since then, they've not really developed many great fighters. They've had Kell Brook, who was talented, but, Dominic Ingle should have ringed Galahad's sweat out and then drank it. Kid would have been fine if Ingle covered all bases. Facts. Yeah, same. I covered Usyk way when I first had my channel, years and years and years ago, before he was a world champion. And hopefully he doesn't sell out. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, imagine idolizing a YouTuber. Yeah, it's cringe. I think Dalton Smith is pretty good. I think he's pretty talented, crazy D3. He's a good boxer puncher. He can counter as well. Good punch technique. Seems to hit relatively hard. I think he'll certainly get to European level. Usyk at 225, I could see it. Yeah, I could see it. Like Povetkin type weight. Yeah, like mid 220s. These grifters prey on people's insecurities and lack of motivation. They cling to those types of so-called leaders. Yep. I agree. Oh, yeah, the trash talk between Mayorga and Josh Taylor would be crazy. That'd be crazy because Josh Taylor's not going to take that laying down. He's going to fucking fire back. Would I want a rematch between Trevor Bryan and Daniel Dubois? Absolutely not. And yeah, Daniel Dubois is trying to sue Don King now because Don King's not paid him. Who could see that coming? Who could? Yeah, but Mayorga now, Larry, would get fucking cancelled. Can you imagine Mayorga now? He would get fucking cancelled ASAP. He'd be out of here. He'd be out of here. He was calling people all sorts in the press conferences. Absolutely, there was no area. He would go anywhere. He wouldn't be scared to take it anywhere. Like he would get cancelled in today's day and age. He would never get fucking fights. But yeah, I liked Mayorga. He was fun. And he was a good fighter. He wasn't a great boxer, but he was a good fighter. I get the narrative on Usyk being robbed, but if AJ performs to a level that could nick it, I think Usyk is far too good for that. But if he plans to nick it, that negative energy will not beat Usyk. I agree. Mayorga letting Vernon Forrest punch him in the face and subsequently knocking him down might be the most badass shit anyone's ever done in a fight. Yeah, he was... Listen, that guy took so many risks, man. So many risks. And he got himself fucking fucked up because of it on occasion, like against Tito. But he was a good fighter, man. Explain to me how Dave Allen beats Usyk. I see Usyk bottling it. Yeah, it's the head movement of Dave Allen, Alex. The counter-punching. No doubt. Yeah, Mayorga was fun, man. Mayorga was fun. And so was Margarito. Liam Smith, I would argue, is more skilled than Callum. I agree, but Callum just has that sheer size. Like, imagine if Liam, pound for pound, was the same size as Callum, the same sort of size advantages at 154 with the skills that he possesses. Fundora knocks him out, Gerson. Harrison gives him problems early on with the boxing, the movement, but Fundora knocks him out. Harrison can't go 12. He can't go 12 in that fight. I'll be shocked if he does. Harrison's always been a really good boxer, got a nice jab, good movement, but his chin is fucking terrible. And he's got a bad gas tank as well. Yeah, if Lara is underdog, I'll put money on Lara. Put a chunk of my student loan on it. Why not, man? Why not? I agree, yeah. We need another like Mayorga. We do. CRB1, interesting. Luis Ortiz will flatline Ruiz, mark my words. I'd be surprised. One thing about Andy, he does have a chin. I know he got dropped in the Areola fight, but apart from that, he's shown a pretty good chin. I can see him outboxing Ruiz for a few rounds, but it's whether he can do it for 12. It's whether he can do it for 12. He's a better technical boxer than Andy. He's certainly more capable on the outside. But, has he got the legs anymore? Probably not. Probably not. Ortiz is a bum. Listen, Ortiz was overrated by a lot of people. But at the same time, at his best, I felt he was a good contender. He was a solid fighter. But again, not the boogeyman that people made him out to be. What's up, official man? Salute. Big up to yourself, official. Hopefully you're keeping well. Yeah, I mean, that fight's going to flop on pay-per-view. Yeah, both fights are going to flop on... Yeah, both fights are going to flop. Canelo Golovkin will do well in America, but yeah, not in the UK. And Andy versus Ortiz, man, that's going to do really bad. Kambosos is a domestic-level slapper, a fighter who has no idea how to punch properly and is as basic as they come. Yeah, I mean, he is what he is. He is what he is. He's decent, but nothing special. Not controversial. Taylor was about to die. Yeah, Taylor was unresponsive. Chavez was a fair winner. 34-year-old Lee Selby, who had no business at lightweight, took Kambosos to a split decision. Exactly. And look at that same Lee Selby against Gustavo Lemos, the Argentinian. He got wrecked in that fight. He got wrecked. And he looks quite interesting, that Gustavo Lemos guy. Looks like a dangerous contender. Yeah, I've not seen the fight in a long time, but I know officially on the cards, I believe Taylor was up. He was up on 2 of the cards, I think. I don't think anything is wrong with the Taylor stoppage. It was Taylor's fault. I agree with that. Plus, it became boxing's equivalent of a buzzer beater in basketball. Yeah, Barker and Murray had some very good boxing skills. Macklin was a garbage brawler, yeah. Yeah, that's all he was, really. He was a bit of a brawler, tried to make it a rough and tough fight, but he wasn't great, Matthew Macklin. If you ever feel like killing yourself, rewatch Maidana Brona instead of therapy. My thing about the Taylor stoppage, if it was the other way round and Chavez was down, would the referee have waved it off? The A-side fighter? Probably not. Probably not. But having said that, we say, like, there's a narrative that it was a bad stoppage. I'm kind of in between, man. It's one of those rare circumstances, but like Taylor after that fight was fucked. His career was never the same. Like, he took such a beating in that fight. He was outlanding Chavez, but the punches that Chavez was landing to body and head were sickeners. I mean, he took a lot of damage in that fight. I don't think Galahad has no chin. He was always known for having a solid chin. Just, I think he was severely weight drained, and with the IBF same day weigh-in, I think that did it in for him. You could be right. It's similar to Costa Tszyu versus Zab Judah. Seconds left in the round, but it does not matter. If a fighter is unresponsive and can't defend himself, then the fight is to be stopped. Yeah, there's that. There's that. Yeah, that's my thing, official. Like, with like voluntary fights, not really a big problem with it, to be honest. It can be an issue if it gets in the way of other fights, but that is what it is. I can live with that in voluntary fights, but the whole like rematch clauses in Mandos, it feels like it's only a recent thing where that's happened, but maybe I'm wrong, but I don't like it. I don't like it in Mando fights. Yeah, exactly. Don King didn't pay a fighter, shocked Pikachu face. Yeah. I miss the Angel Garcia trash talk until that idiot Al Heyman put a stop on it. Yeah, I mean, Angel Garcia's been a lot less vocal these days. I wonder why that is. Might be Al Heyman. Mayorga was very entertaining. I'd enjoy it. Yeah, I'd like to see Taylor versus Mayorga. Yeah, good to see Don King still got it. Haters saying he's washed up, but the dude continues to silence his critics. Yeah, Mayorga would light up in his post-fight interview. I remember when he was with Larry Merchant, man, and just fucking sparked up after he won. It's crazy, man. Where are we? Here we are. Yeah, Nigel Benn, he also smoked 20 Rothmans a day. Got to respect it. Yeah, that's my English. That's my English getting in the way there. Yes, Luis Ortiz. I wouldn't say Roy Jones is like the GOAT. I mean, he was certainly uber talented, but like, I don't think he's got the resume to prove it. Very good fighter, though, no doubt. Yeah, Wilder Ortiz 3 inbound. Can you imagine if Luis Ortiz wins? He beats Ruiz. I wouldn't put it past the PBC, bro. I wouldn't put it past them. But I want Andy to win, just because we could get that Wilder Ruiz fight, which is, you know, something different, something interesting. People who beat Lee Selby tend to get a big win in their next fight. Yeah, Warrington beat Frampton. Cambosos beat Tio. Yeah, that is the recent trend. You thought Parker beat AJ in a boring fight. I felt AJ won that fight, to be honest. Stephen Hawkins is faster than Joe Joyce. I've got Joe Joyce as well, bro. I think he'll outwork him on and win on points. I don't think he stops Joe Parker. I think Joe's too durable, but I think Joe Joyce wins on points. Hawkins had fast hands. Yeah, Brona Maidana. It's one of those fights you can always go back and watch, and it'll bring a smile to your face. Ever since Angel called Furman the N-word, he's been quiet. Yeah, maybe what's his face? Al Heyman gave him a telling off behind the scenes. Maybe it was that. That's a good point. I think Roy Jones is definitely the best ever at 168. Would beat Calzaghe, Kessler, Ward, Canelo comfortably, in my opinion. Both my parents served in UCK military. I thought Parker beat AJ personally. I liked his work rate. Yeah, again, that's another fight I've never gone back and watched. Such a shit fight. Such a shit fight. But I felt Joshua won it watching it live. But it was a shite fight. Awful fight. It's insane that Wilder is probably going to fight for a mandatory spot after the last two fights. I mean, he's number one in the WBC. So if he comes back, has a comeback win, let's say he beats Hellenius, and then he beats an Andy Ruiz, then yeah, he's gonna get a title shot. That's why I kind of always said, like, it doesn't make sense for him to retire, because he's still in a good position, regardless if that's right or wrong. He's still in a really good position. Let's say he beats Hellenius, he gets the Ruiz fight, which is a big fight in itself, big money fight, and somehow beats Ruiz, then he's going to get a title shot. He's going to get a title shot. What's up, Quags? Parker beat AJ, really. I remember having it closer than the commentators just thought my card was shit. I don't even really remember that fight. Again, there was nothing to remember about it. Such a shit fight. Yeah, it was such a boring fight, especially after the classic on the undercard, Povetkin versus Price. That fight was incredible while it lasted. Yeah, that was a great fight, man. Like Povetkin looked in serious trouble for one moment. Yeah, the ref was shit because there was a moment in that fight where Parker got up close. I think he landed an uppercut on the inside, and he wanted to get some work done, and the referee just broke it up straight away. Like, yeah, that was it. Yeah, the referee was the dude with I think the referee looked like the fucking Pringles guy or the Monopoly guy. He had a weird mustache. I remember that now. I do remember that. Yeah, yeah, the referee was trash. Yeah, that's all I can remember as well. Official is just that fight was super fucking boring because it was like at the time it was quite highly hyped. Both guys unbeaten, both guys champions, unification fight. But yeah, it was a terrible fight, man. Awful fight. But I just felt that Parker was far too negative in that fight. Far too negative. Neither guy did much though. Neither guy did much. I'll have to rewatch it if I can put myself through it. It was a bad fight and close, but I just thought Parker did more to deserve it. Couldn't give AJ 6 rounds in that fight, in my opinion. Yeah, I'll rewatch it. I've not really seen anybody say they had Parker winning. Well, apart from you and Nordic, so I'll need to check it out again. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing. And again, yeah, the only thing I recall about that fight was AJ getting caught with the uppercut and the referee kind of fucking it up. Parker Joyce press conference was the best one I've seen in a while. Joyce with that special Ed banter. Oh, Joe Joyce, you gotta love him. I like Joe Joyce, man. I mean, I guess I would go Savannah, but like, I'm really not a fan of either Albanian boxer. I'm really not a fan of either, quite frankly. What's up, Soler? How you doing, man? Nice to see you. I feel sorry for Dubois. Like he's had real bad advice, having to now sue Don King for 900k. Yep. I mean, there was always that risk, though, weren't there, with that fight? There was always that risk. We know Don King's reputation. Let me get rid of that quick. Okay. Joe Joyce, me dum dum. You give me gum gum. Fuck you know. Listen, he's fun to watch, Joe Joyce. Maybe that's where his strength comes from. Maybe that's where his toughness comes from. But I like Joe Joyce, man. I like Joe Joyce. He's a fun fighter. Had a good training session earlier at the gym. Brilliant. Yeah, my yoga training program, no doubt, official, no doubt. I need a bottle of rum now. That's all I need. Joyce was dropped on his head as a kid, or kicked by a horse, or something. Imagine that guy actually is a scholar. Like, it's just for cameras that make him a bit, that makes him a bit, timid and dopey. Imagine he's actually a scholar behind the scenes, like a really sophisticated, like intellectual. Can you imagine? My back's been screwed since January when I was sleeping on a metal futon, but I won't go to a doctor and stop. I can't stop training. Some people would be defeated and unmotivated. That's great. Yeah, I don't go to doctors either, bro. Like unless I'm on death's door, which hasn't happened yet, I'll never go to a doctor. Well, I say that I'll always avoid it. Like, I'll always avoid it. I think I've been to the doctors once, as like in like 20 years. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he does. He is a painter. Yeah, he is. Hasn't Joyce got a degree and he's built his own PC and into gaming? Must be pretty smart. Maybe he's just like autistic. I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm not even trying to insult the guy either. Like, I'm not trying to insult him, but maybe he's just like autistic and he's, kind of awkward. Could just be that. Could literally be that. Yeah, he's just deaf, dumb, and blind only when the cameras are on. I do recall something like that. Yeah, I do recall something like that. Why is it, when I stream, there's always a point where I need to take a fat shit. Always, 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 man. It's mad. It's mad. It's mad. It's mad. It's mad. It's mad. I do get that, Nordic. When you when you stream, I always need to fucking shit. I wonder if Ryan Garcia is on FTM. Isn't FTM? Sorry. Potentially. I think I kid you not, man. I'm sure he's Oscar's illegitimate son. I'm sure he is. He looks exactly like a young Oscar. Like, there's so many resemblances. But having said that, I've not seen Ryan Garcia's dad when he was young. Ryan Garcia dad. Hector Garcia or Henry Garcia. He's always wearing glasses, his dad, so it's hard to say. To be fair, like, I can actually see the resemblance to his actual dad, what's supposed to be his actual dad, in certain photos. I don't know, man. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Maybe we're just looking too far into it, guys. I don't know. I just took one Del. I used Mark's advice and used the shower head to clean it. Yeah, Joe Joyce is a good dude, but I've got to roll with Parker on this speed, skill, and I feel he could possibly stop Joyce. Maybe. I think he needs to hurt Joyce. Oscar's the illegitimate Garcia, Ryan's brother. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that? That'd be even more like fucked up. But yeah, the resemblances are there. There's no doubt about it. but resemblances are there. I had a deuce in the gym. A deuce at the gym. Tried drowning myself in coffee prior. Came on like a hurricane. Yeah, Joyce has a great chin, yeah, and his stamina's really good. I've never seen that guy fucking tired, man. I swear to God. Like when he turned pro, I always knew his style was high output, but I never thought he could do that for 12 rounds or prolonged period. But yeah, his stamina's really good. I could see that. I wouldn't be shocked, Reese. I wouldn't be shocked. Yeah, he does. Yeah, Parker's chin is very good. Like he's only been down once, like legitimately, no, twice, because he was knocked down by Chisora, but he wasn't hurt. It was balance, and he was knocked down once by White. The other knockdown against White was bullshit. That was forearm, or no, a headbutt. I think it was. I think it was a headbutt, if memory serves me correct. Randy, that's a great twist. Yeah, tell me about it. I always like a good shit story. You know? Joe Joyce will beat Parker. Listen, I think it's a good fight. Because, you know, Joe Joyce always gives you that feeling that he could be vulnerable because he does get tagged up. He is slow at times. But he's got a lot of skill that people don't really account for. Like, Joe Joyce's feet are actually quite good. His footwork's really good. Underrated, I would say. His foot speed is underrated. He closes the gap really well. And he covers distance really quickly for a big guy. It's just his hands really that are slow, not his feet. Good fight, though. It's a good fight. Yeah, I remember when Joe Joyce thought the ref was giving him a high five at the end of a round against Bryant Jennings. He can punch Marku. I'd favour Ben, though. I'd still favour Ben. I think Ben is further along. A lot further along in his development. Yeah, good shit story. No, I like a good shit story, man. I do like a good shit story. It's a great fight, but are any of us thinking that Parker's going to win this? No, a few people are picking Parker, Soler. A few people in the chat at least have. I'm going Joyce on points. I think Joyce on points is the safe bet here. I like Golovkin over Canelo. I'd like to say, listen, I'd like to make you right, but I can't see it. I think Golovkin might be a little bit too faded. He's not shot, but you know, 40 years old. I think Canelo will actually win this fight legitimate. To be honest with you, I think he'll have a bit too much now for Golovkin. On a serious note, who has better footwork, Babic or Dave Allen? Well, Babic has no skill whatsoever, in my opinion. I mean, Babic just wades in like a madman, and Dave Allen doesn't move. So it's like, take your pick. I don't really know, to be honest. I don't really know. I'd probably still... I don't know. I don't know. Babic certainly has better foot speed, I'll say that. But in terms of footwork, I mean, Christ. I got Chris Jenkins getting robbed against McKenna. McKenna's had a couple of lucky decisions. I'm picking Parker. I could be wrong, though. It's a good fight. It's definitely dangerous for Joe Joyce. I'm picking Joyce, but it's dangerous. Canelo looks washed. DAZN took a video of him training and he looked drunk. I've not seen this video, Kevin. I've not seen it. Is it on YouTube, do you think? And when did they take it? Canelo Alvarez. Is it? I'm assuming it's like this week, Kevin. And also, you got to take into account as well, when it comes to this training footage, like I'm sure sometimes they release what they want to release, if you catch my drift. Do you know what I mean? Like if I was a fighter, I would actually purposely put out shit training footage, like where I'm looking sloppy as fuck. I think Golovkin might take a dive this time. I don't think he will, bro. I think he'll always come to try and fight. I don't think he will. I think he'll give it his best. I just don't think he probably don't has he does. Yeah, I don't think he's got what he has anymore. What he once had. Sorry, I can't fucking talk. Yeah, there's to me with Parker. Yeah, he kind of his volume drops drastically as the fight goes on, and that is definitely to be expected, right? It's heavyweight, but against a guy like Joyce, man, I don't know. Yeah, Derevianchenko has skills, man. He just, I don't know. I think he turned pro too late. Like, he came into the pro game with a lot of baggage, like a lot of amateur fights. A lot of amateur fights, man. Babic is a bit more refined than Allen, but Allen is naturally more talented. I think personally, I would go with Babic on points. Yeah, unless Dave Allen gets stopped like accumulation, like stopped in his corner, I could see that. It might actually be a good fight as much as I insult Dave Allen. Prime Hagler versus Chris Eubank Jr. 50-50. I think Canelo kind of looked washed against Bivol and then heard he went vegan. I trained as a vegan and it made me drained. Well, this whole vegan thing with Canelo, it's kind of I think a lot of that is he said basically what he said was, from Canelo's own words, he was vegan, but he also ate meat occasionally. Like, he ate fish, he ate meat when he wanted to. So that's not really a vegan diet. Like, some days he went vegan, some days he didn't. I think that was an excuse that people try to run with. Because the interview in which he stated he never like said he was vegan every day, like he was kind of mixing and matching kind of thing. Oh, they took it down. Okay. Yeah, he definitely won the first fight. I felt the second fight was genuinely a lot closer. That was a hell of a fight, by the way, the second fight. But a lot of, again, even if you look at the second fight, look at the ringside scores. It was overwhelmingly in favor of Golovkin. There was actually quite a few draw scorecards as well. I could see him fighting for a world title, but becoming a champion, no, not right now. I mean, it depends though. Like, that's a hard question to answer because, like, who knows how the landscape could change in a couple of years? He could fight for a vacant title against a bum, you know? So yeah, he could win a world title, but I mean, if the champions are strong, no. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you on Parker's mindset. Yeah, bum mindset. Yeah, I watch boxing with casual mates, and they hate Fury and his antics, but I hate good losers. Yeah, and that's the thing with Parker. You always think there's something more there. Like, let's say, listen, I'm not a particularly big fan of Dillian White, but one thing about Dillian White, when he's in the ring, maybe Fury aside, but when he's in the ring, he always try and go for it. He always kind of has that dog in him. Now, let's say, for example, I'll forget Dillian White. Let's say Joe Parker had Joe Joyce's mindset to fighting. Like, he'd be a fucking dangerous fighter. I'm telling you, he would. He's got the chin. He's got the speed. He's got decent boxing skills. Okay, power. Like, he's a good fighter, but his mind just isn't there. In my opinion, his mind just isn't there. Arsenal to win the league, Adolf Stalin. And by the way, yeah, the Premier League starts again this weekend. The Premier League starts. I think Arsenal are playing now, aren't they? I actually think Arsenal this season are going to do okay. I think they've made some really good signings. Arsenal. Gabby Jesus is a great signing. I think Zinchenko's a smart signing. Vieira, who knows? Very talented player, though. They've got Saliba coming back. I think Arsenal are going to have a good season. I really do. I think Chelsea's business so far has been smart. I think they need a striker, though. And probably a midfielder. I think Sterling's going to do very well for Chelsea. I think we're going to do fucking terribly. I think we got a really good manager now, but we've not made the signings. And that's a shame, because you can see in the pre-season this manager is trying to change the philosophy in our play, but he's not had the signings. Like, he's not had Frankie de Jong, which he wanted. He's not had a striker, you know. Yeah, there's too many. That whole mindset is, turning up for a paycheck and being happy to be there. You don't expect that from elite fighters. I expect that from high-level journeymen. Fair enough. They are there to play their role, but not from guys who headline pay-per-views or headline main events. No, I don't expect that at all. I don't expect that at all. You know what I mean? It's embarrassing. It really is embarrassing. And yeah, United are in the mud, but you never know, bro. You never know, Reece. Maybe the new manager can really turn things around. I don't know, but honestly, I think we'll do very well to get the top four. We'll do very well to get top four. If we get top four and a trophy, that's a hell of a season. Like a top four and an FA Cup, or a League Cup, or Europa League, that's a hell of a season for Ten Hag. I would take that right now. Snap your hand off. Parker has raw tools, just not the mentality. Becoming Fury's groupie is the nail in the head, nail in the coffin. Yeah, exactly. I agree. And yeah, there's that aspect as well. Crazy. The Qatar, the season's going to get paused midway through because of the World Cup. Yeah, that could play a factor. That could definitely play a factor. But yeah, Crystal Palace are playing Arsenal right now. It's at Palace. It's at Crystal Palace. But I don't know, man. I think Arsenal might do okay. Having said that, now they'll lose this game. Oh yeah, if Ten Hag, if he got 6th and won the Europa League, that's a good season, Reece, because he gets Champions League. But the main thing for me, Reece, if we have that sort of season, for me, it's about like the philosophy of play. It's about whether we can actually see progress in how we play, and there's actually a philosophy there, because we've not had one since, I don't know, like Solskjaer, he never had a philosophy. Fucking Ragnick came in. We've not looked like a team for a long time. I'm glad we've got some of the deadwood out, like Lingard and Pogba, Mata, these guys, Matic. I'm glad we've got some of the deadwood out, but there's still players we need to get rid of, and we need signings. I think we need a number 6, like a Frankie de Jong. I think we need a good box-to-box midfielder. I think we need an out-and-out striker. I think we need a better right-back. There's a lot we need in that team. I'd still like a better right winger as well, to be honest. Or interchangeable wingers. Because I actually think Sancho will come good under the right system. I think Sancho's got real ability. I think Sancho will be a really good player if he's coached right. I've got no concerns about Sancho, but I don't rate Rashford. I don't rate Martial playing out wide. I think we need another winger as well. We need a lot. Yeah, Phil Jones is still there, bro. He's still at United. Yeah, and that's one thing we always had. Like, we always used to play decent football. We don't even do that anymore. Fury was on record calling Parker a very poor man's Tyson Fury. And what is possible is Fury being undisputed champion at the end of the year, and Parker has vowed to never fight him. Embarrassing. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, the Mason Greenwood thing, that's not gone anywhere. I wonder what's going to happen in that case. It's nobody really knows anything, like where it's going to go. But the evidence that was released, usually with those sort of cases, I am very skeptical. But unlike a lot of those sort of cases, there was a lot of it looked like real evidence. So I don't know where that's going to go, Kevin. I don't know where that's going to go. I think he's in a lot of trouble. Mason Greenwood. I think he's in a lot of trouble. But if he did it, then throw the book at him. Long time in prison. A long time in prison. Yeah. Parker should carry Fury's WBC belt to the right to show him to show loyalty to him. Yeah, to the fight. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I don't like, man. I hate it when these fighters get pally, and they like, oh, he's my friend. I'm not gonna fight him, bro. I'd fight my friend for millions of pounds, millions of dollars, whatever. I'd fight my friend. I'd fight my friend for a few grand. We'll shake on it after and go to the pub and have a laugh, you know? It's crazy. I never understood that. Oh, he's my training partner. I can't fight him. Well, if he... Right, the only way listen, I accept it if you're brothers or your family members or like cousins, whatever, that's cool. Don't fight each other. But anything other than that, you should fight. I don't give a fuck if you're fucking friends or not. You should fight. Babbage KO won Tyson Fury. Everyone's sleeping on Babbage. In my opinion, the Mason Greenwood thing may have been a scripted humiliation ritual. But I don't think it would be, like, out of all the young footballers coming through, I don't think it would be Mason Greenwood. I mean, I'm sure those things go on. I'm convinced they do, but I don't think that was one of them. Yeah, it usually happens here exactly when they have the same trainer, gets in the way of fights. Yeah. But again, like, you can come to a compromise, you know. Maybe flip a coin, fucking who gets what trainer, go from there. But, you know, that's the day and age we live in now in boxing. I mean, it's not like friends haven't fought before. Dream fight, the Klitschko's brothers fight. Yeah, that'd be a great fight. I think Vladimir is a better boxer. But Vitali's a better fighter. Could Vladimir knock out Vitali? I know, like, Vitali's got a great chin, but could he put a dent in Vitali? That'd be a great fight, you know. If it goes to points, I think Vlad wins, but it's whether he can get there. I don't know. Didn't watch a minute of it, Nordic. What do you take me for? Nordic? Arsenal are now 1 up. Martinelli scored. Caleb, yeah, that's true. Caleb Plant's mentality disappointed me. I thought he was going to have no respect for Canelo, but then starts licking his ass mid-fight. Yeah, that was embarrassing. I might say Vitali. I think Vitali would be behind, though. Yeah, Navarrete and Lara, that's another one. They should fight. But no, that's not good enough. They should fight. Dana White really putting Nate with Khamzat. He wants him to die in a coma, laugh out loud. Yeah. Khamzat Chimaev's going to destroy Nate Diaz. I like Nate Diaz, but he's past it. He's punch drunk, you know, taking far too much punishment. Khamzat's too strong, you know, too big, too strong, too fresh, too good. I think they do it to a lot of celebrities before making them even bigger stars. I can see him coming back in a few months, maybe. I don't know, though. I'd have thought they would have gone with a different angle, though, Reese, if they were going for like a humiliation ritual. I would have thought they would have gone a different angle. Apparently, the news won't stop reporting on it. I was at work and they showed a video of a women's team singing Sweet Caroline. It was cringy beyond all belief, yeah. I don't usually, I don't watch the news, man. I kind of avoided it. I'd lean towards Vitali as well. I thought for sure he was going to beat Lennox Lewis. Well, he nearly did, man. It's a shame we never got the rematch. It's a shame we never got the rematch. That's the image I have though with Vladimir and Vitali. I just picture Vitali landing a big uppercut in the clinch. I don't know why, and he hurts Vladimir and he jumps on him. Froch is still too big and too strong for GGG. Yeah. I wish we saw that fight. Oh God. Ilia Latifi destroys Prime Iron Mike in the street fight. Yeah, Latifi like an MMA fighter. Punch drunk or illiterate could see Nate Diaz slipping Khamzat into a submission. It's for 5 rounds, and Khamzat's stamina looks suspect. Well, that's the only way. I think he could like maybe catch him on the ground in like a rear naked or something like that. Some type of fucking jiu-jitsu type movement or hold, whatever. But unless that happens, man, he's going to get pieced up. But you're right. If he can't knock out Nate Diaz early on, then maybe Nate has a chance. Maybe. Nate's a tough guy, man, but like that's a dangerous fight in my opinion. Like Nate's made his he's got his legacy. I know he was never the greatest MMA fighter, but like he was a fan favorite, Nate Diaz. He shocked Conor McGregor that time. He had some fan friendly fights. People loved him. But yeah, he's on a hiding to nothing in that fight. Honestly, I think he'll get wrecked. I don't think he'll be one-sided, by the way. I think Froch would give him problems, but Golovkin's just too precise, too accurate. His jab is too good. I think he'd beat Froch on points. That jab will pick up points, pick up rounds. I think Froch will see the distance, though. I think Prime David Tua would knock Prime Mike Tyson out. No, I don't think so, Soler. I think Tyson was too quick, too dynamic. But Tua's always got a chance, and Tua had a great chin. Tyson had a good chin as well, but like Tua's chin was granite. Like Tua's chin was fucking ridiculous. But he was basically a head on fucking tree trunks. Like his body was thick and his legs were thick. He could take a punch. Thick neck as well. Those Samoan guys can always take a fucking punch. What's happening? What's up, Jordan? Did some sparring and strength training, now chilling to your stream. What did you think of Kaunaki versus Demarezen? Well, I felt Kaunaki started okay, bro, in the first 2 rounds, but after like the second round, his output completely dropped and he got outworked. Kaunaki usually always had a good work rate going through the fight, but it just tailed off after the second round. And yeah, he lost the fight fair and square. I was expecting a better fight, to be honest with you, Jordan. Yeah, Dana White's a bit of a scumbag, man. No doubt. There's no doubt. Again, I'd have taken Golovkin on points, Nordic. I'd have taken Golovkin on points. Because again, Kessler was very tough. I saw your career review, by the way, Nordic. I didn't comment, but I watched it. I think those are your best videos, man. Those are like retrospective career reviews, especially when you do it on not lesser known per se. We know who these guys are, but like lesser acclaimed fighters. I think they are your best videos in my and the rants as well, obviously. But like in terms of like pure boxing, they are your best videos. They're top quality, man. Really enjoyable. Hang on 1 second. What was I going to look at? The good thing about those videos as well, Nordic, you know, those like career retrospective reviews, they're always going to get like the views are always going to trickle in on those videos. Because people are always going to be searching those guys up. You know what I mean? Yeah, they did, yeah. Did you see that boxer who had a fight with Kalnacki got shot to death? No? Who was it? Who was it, Mr. Relax? Yeah, they're good videos, man. I'm convinced Andrew Tate is controlled opposition. He could be. We were saying this earlier. He could very well be. Or maybe he just hacked the algorithm. But who knows? Again, just don't make these guys your like heroes, or don't make these guys like your fucking leaders, man. That's all I'd say. Take what they say with a grain of salt. Extract what you think is useful, like the information, what you think is useful, and disregard everything else. That's how I kind of approach these sort of things and these sort of people. They'll say things I agree with or say things that make me think, but like I don't take their word as gospel or idolize these guys. Do you know what I mean? Unpopular opinion. Dufek beats Campbell Hatton tomorrow. I hope he does, bro. I hope he does, Ty. Probably, yeah, like Matrix style, bro. You know, just dodging bullets. Like Boris the bullet dodger in Snatch. Why do they call him the bullet dodger? Because he dodges bullets, Happy. Yeah, they tend to get more views over time. My Kawasaki one got quite a few views for example. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Even when they give some good information, always exercise caution with them, yeah. Like I've known of this guy for a long time, this Andrew Tate. I know for most people he's like just come out now, but he's been online for years. Like I first recall him on social media when I think it was like 2016. He basically said on Twitter, like he got loads of shit for it. He said depression isn't real, basically. And like loads of like A-tier celebrities were coming at him. That's when I first heard of Andrew Tate, and I kind of followed him off and on since then. Watched some videos here and there, and yeah, he says certain things that are useful. But again, other things that where I believe he's totally off the mark on certain ways he contradicts himself. You know. That's how I see him anyway. Like there's certain things that are useful in which he says, like if you listen, his views on like maybe business and getting in the right mindset to hustle and grind and you know not require motivation, just you know, and that discipline is the real key. Things of that nature. That's interesting. That's useful. I agree with him on certain aspects of the world, like COVID, for example, that sort of thing. But like where he goes off for me is like the whole male female dynamic. I think that is where it gets a little bit, I don't know. Andrew Tate is probably a closet homo. I made 10K in Hustlers University. I keep on seeing these claims. I'm Lorenzo Smith. Okay. I mean, there's a lot of theories, bro. There's a lot of theories surrounding Andrew Tate. Where he came from, is legit because I'm actually near that area. I'm from that area. All right. Well, I'm near that area, and I've been to his old gym. And yeah, he definitely trained there. I know he trained there. I know he came up in Luton. That much is true. But like, aside from that, I mean, who the fuck knows, man? Yeah, Boris the Bullet Dodger was the bad guy from Taken 2. He was also the nice coat guy from Batman Begins. Boris the Bullet Dodger versus Willie Pep. Well, Nordic, there's more footage on Boris. So I'm going to go Boris. Boris UD. Yeah, there's that as well. Like, there's a lot of suspect things surrounding Andrew Tate. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, Joshua will lose this fight if he fights inside. When you fight with a style that is not natural, it can make you tired. I left a gym because they kept wanting me not to fight my style. It decreases your stamina. Yeah, that's one thing about boxing trainers in the UK. I've noticed this. It's a good point. Like when I fucked around in gyms, when I was training, there's a lot of coaches with like a square peg, round hole mentality, like one style fits all. In the UK gyms, what I tend to find was hands up, tight guard, march forwards, straight punches. Cool, that's great for certain people, but like other people, their body mechanics don't suit that style. So for me, like I always like to utilize my low. I like to utilize a low lead hand and a high right. I kept my right hand high to my chin and a low lead hand. I used to like firing that jab from low. I just felt more. I felt more fluid. I just felt more mobile in my movements when I fought in that style. I could change my jab up. I was better at maintaining range, gauging distance, etc. I preferred that style. I found it easier to set up my right hand that way. I felt I could get more leverage on my right hand that way for some reason as well. But when I fought with like a tight high guard, I don't know. It didn't suit me. And that's one thing about British boxing trainers that I've noticed. They are very square peg, round hole. You should build a guy based on his physical traits, not only his height and reach, but how he moves his body, what's comfortable for him, etc. You know? Harry Greb. Yeah, they are two tall dudes, yeah. You could be right, still there. You could be right. But even if they are, the way I view the world is like they could very well be what you're saying. But still, technically, some of the information in which they speak can be useful, right? Even if it's not coming from a genuine place, it can still be useful. That's what I try to do with people. Like there's certain people who I disagree with certain things on, but it doesn't necessarily mean I'll discount everything they say. There could be certain things they say that I agree with, or that could help me, or make me think about things differently. That's one thing I've learned in recent years is not to brush people aside just because I disagree with them on a few issues. That's one thing I've tried to kind of get out of my mindset, when it comes to trying to better myself. Yeah, that's how I see him, Reese. There might be something more nefarious to his rise, but again, I mean, I'm not going to worry about it. If he is who he says he is, then fair enough, I guess. Get your money. Yeah, his accent is jacked up. So his accent is like fucking. It's like I think he's like half American and half English. I think, and his accent is jacked up. Certain things he says like with an American kind of accent or pronunciation, and certain things he says with like British. It's weird. Yeah, most British trainers are meat and two veg. Good to see Shiraz and Whitaker moving stateside early in their careers. Yeah, I think it's beneficial. Crazy. I think it's beneficial. Exactly. Yeah, you're 100% right. Knowledge is great, as long as we don't get manipulated to do things we don't want to do or are convinced of things that are not true. Yeah, facts. What I don't understand about Andrew Tate, he kind of paints himself in like the like he kind of advocates for like traditional like relationships for nuclear family, etc., etc., etc. Yet he's out here saying, oh, he'd have kids with multiple different women, bloody bloody blah. He doesn't feel the need to stay with one woman if he's got kids. This sort of thing. I mean, fair enough. If he can live like that and manage it, cool. But like, he's got a whole bunch of fucking followers that are going to probably try and fucking follow suit. Have you seen his supporters? Like, I wonder, like, in terms of like male female dynamics, I think he could be doing a lot more damage than he realizes. Well, you probably don't care, but like, I don't know, because there's a lot of incels these days, man. There is. There's a lot of incels who have no idea, like, who are so disillusioned with women and relationships, and when they hear a guy like Andrew Tate, man, it's like, I don't think it's going to make them any better. I don't think it's going to put them down the right path. I don't know. I don't know. I got kicked out of a gym one time and told the coach never to fuck off. Never went back. Yeah, he talks about women like they're replaceable. The mother of my children isn't. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you want to fuck around and whatnot, then cool, fair enough. But like, you know, there's ways to go about things. There's ways to go about things. If that's his style. That's his style. Like, I'm not committed right now, and if I can get something, I'll get something. But like, I wouldn't necessarily encourage that lifestyle or discourage it. You know, it's each to their own. At the end of the day, when I meet somebody, I'll meet somebody, and that'll be good. That'll be Gucci. But until then, I don't know, man. It's just, I think it's the reason. Like, I just think his mindset, or not his mindset per se, but what he's preaching. Like right now, where society's at, I don't think it's necessarily good for men. When there's a whole bunch of disillusioned men out there, I don't think it's going to suit them at all. I don't think it's going to do them any good. You know, and especially a lot. I listen. You guys know I'm certainly not like a feminist or anything like that. But like, there's a lot of men, yeah, who are fuck ups, sloppy, fat, you know, lazy, etc., and they feel entitled that they should get a girlfriend. There's a lot of those guys about. They don't have to go out. They don't have to dress good. They don't have to groom. They don't have to wash. They don't have to be hygienic. They just deserve a girl. They deserve a girlfriend. That's how a lot of these guys think. Those people are bizarre, man. I'm not sure who that is, Nordic. Sfridge? Or Severidge? I don't know who that is. Yeah, claims to want a traditional woman, yet says men can sleep around and owns a webcam business. Laugh out loud. See, I don't care. I don't care about any of that. But to me, at least, it's not even about that. Like, it's not about like that he fucks loads of women or owns a webcam studio. Fair play. Like, if that's what you want to do, cool. But like, it's more so he's preaching these viewpoints when, like I said, there's so many men out there who are like damaged, who are so disillusioned. Incels are created by the internet. They are usually atheist morons who have no moral standards. They are weird, man. I've gone down a rabbit hole, Nordic, of actually kind of researching these people. And there are some bizarre YouTube channels out there, like absolutely bizarre. Yeah. He is an elite troll. Yeah, there is that. And the entertainment value is there, no doubt about it. He is funny, he is charismatic, there's no doubt about it. And I can see how easily he sucks people in. But yeah, it's a shame that he comes across as a false prophet, yeah. Exactly, bro, exactly. I get the mindset if somebody is dating, you got to find the right one. But when you're serious about a woman, she's worth dying for. Yeah, facts. Exactly, and especially if she's like the mother of your children. Yeah, people have unrealistic expectations. There's that as well, Nordic. But yeah, I mean, I've never understood. Listen, there's a lot going wrong in the Western world. There's no doubt about it. But I've always found the guys who constantly, there's those guys online who like constantly shit on women. And I'm not saying this from like, oh, protect women standpoint. I just find it fucking bizarre. I find it bizarre. I really do. I really do. There's those channels out there who like make that their whole channel, literally shitting on women and shit. Like these black pill channels or even red pill channels as well. I don't know. I question them, in regards to like, what way they swing kind of thing. It's weird. And it's not really hard, listen, to try and get a girl. It depends what you want, though. I've always found it easy to get hookups. But I've never really seriously looked for a serious relationship. I've not been in a serious relationship for a long time. But like, I know it's like a throwaway way of looking at it, but it's literally just a numbers game. Like these guys don't approach anybody. As I said, they don't go out. They don't socialize. They don't dress good. They don't go to places where they can find women. And if they are, they don't approach them. All you got to do is approach, try to be somewhat interesting, try to be somewhat charming, witty, interesting, and she's going to say yes or no. That's it. And I've been rejected on more than my fair share of occasions. But, you got to let that go. I mean, everyone's been rejected at some point, unless you're one of those people who have like, it's love at first sight and you met somebody and that was it. There's not many of them about. Most people have been rejected, if they're honest. I've been rejected more than once, many a time. Yeah, that's fair enough, man. BFTC. Who's BFTC? That name rings a bell, Lack, but I don't know who it is. Emotional damage. Yeah, exactly. I say Loma on points, check Collins. People who claim to have traditional values yet don't believe in God and sleep around, laugh out loud, walking, talking contradictions. Traditional values are all about God. I think for most people they are. I think you can have those values without necessarily believing in God, but I think those people are few and far in between. Like I'm not like religious as in I don't follow any like mainstream religion, but I do believe in God. You know what I mean? It's like my mate always has issues in relationships. He can't understand it. I say, mate, you always make a list of your girls must have, sorry, a list of looks your girls must have, never what they are like as people. Most girls you like are write-offs. Yeah, exactly. They are, yeah, they are. Really weird. And again, I don't like to insult people, but a lot of these guys, like, there's some real, like, malignant autism in a lot of these guys, man. I'm not saying that as an insult, but these guys, they just don't talk normally. They don't, I don't know. There's something about these guys, man. Yeah, the manosphere channels are so sad. Constantly bash women, yet they don't realise they are obsessed with women, for fuck's sake. And they always bicker and gossip amongst each other. There's loads of drama, there's loads of beef. It's like a mother's meeting, isn't it? And by the way, that whole term, manosphere, it sounds like a gay club. Manosphere. Maybe the clue's in the name. Like don't follow these guys, man. My missus and me and my missus got together very young. I kind of skipped over the whole dating scene, and it's something I don't really understand. You're probably best off that way, Nordic bro. You're probably best off. Better Beer versus Bob Foster. Who gets knocked out? Somebody's getting knocked out. I got a feeling, Beterbiev's more robust than Bob Foster. Bob Foster had a great left hook, wonderful left hook. I think Bob Foster was quicker. I think Beterbiev is a better pressure fighter. See, I think Bob Foster's one of those older all-time greats who could hang. Like, he's not too far back where like the technique was awful. Like, I think Bob Foster could hang. But having said that, man, Beterbiev is such a big light heavyweight. And, you know, I'm going to go controversial. I'm going to say Beterbiev late stoppage. But I'd have to really, honestly, chat, I'd have to really analyse it and look at, I need to look at more of Bob Foster because it's been a minute. It's been years, actually, since I watched any of his fights. But thank you for the contribution. Been with the mother of my 4 girls since high school. That's great. Yeah, the manosphere people act like women. They criticize the women. They criticize. Yep, just like them. Indeed. I often wish I was single so I could spend more time on my hobbies, but I have invested far too much time in my relationships spiritually, and it would not be the same being together too long. Well, that's good, man. I would never get rid of that if I was in that position, especially when you've been together for so long as well. There's obviously a connection. There's obviously something there more than just, like just base level, like appreciation for each other. Hatman's last podcast where he talked about women and how simps can never understand why people don't like girls who are write-offs as wife material. Yeah, I know, man. There's a lot of guys like that, though. They're so desperate, they'll settle for anything, and they'll ignore all the red flags along the way. Like, there could be, like, so many red flags, it could be like written on her forehead that she's a psycho, and they'd still go there. They are, yeah, they are, Reese. They are, because they contribute to this, like, divided society that we live in. Like, it's literally, there's divisions everywhere across society. Like, and it's all manufactured. Don't get me wrong, there's always going to be certain tensions between certain groups. That is what it is, right? But it's been greatly exasperated by the political elite, mainstream media, social media, etc., etc. And that's why there's no cohesion in community anymore. We are so divided on so many issues, and that's the way they want it, That's the way they want it, because when we're fighting each other, I know it sounds corny and cliche, we're not going to really look up and see who's really got the boot on our neck, And that's just what divide and conquer, right? Oldest trick in the book. And that you see that playing out in society today in the Western world. Divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. But nobody can see it. Listen, I know there's problems in society. I know there's groups who have got a lot of baggage. I get that, but before that's addressed, we really need to look up. We really need to look up before it's too late, And I think, listen, I've got hope that we can turn it around, that something will happen where we can change. I'm not nihilistic to the point where, well, I'm not nihilistic at all, but I'm not like, there's a lot of these like tradcons or like right wingers who are like super nihilistic, where like it's a lost cause. Well, what's the point then? What's the point if it's a lost cause? You've got to at least try to be the change that you want to see. And I try. I fail sometimes, but I try. It's hard to say, Jordan. It's really hard to say. I need to see Dillian White fight a comeback fight against somebody half decent. And I need to see Daniel Dubois fight somebody half decent as well. Right now, I don't know. I really don't know. Because Dillian could be shot now. His chin is definitely going. And yeah, he does need to get... I agree as well. Yeah, he needs to get Sims back. Yeah, Tony Sims. So I'll tell you what I used to... Well, this is my, I guess, metamorphosis, right? As a young teenager, I was like a happy-go-lucky, naive left-winger. Once I turned 16, 17, right wing, I was right wing for probably up until my mid-20s. But these days, I'd say I'm socially conservative, but but I don't adhere to any political movement, like any traditional politics, like left or right, like Democrats versus Conservatives or Labour versus Tories. I don't really subscribe to any of that anymore. I'm just a guy who has different opinions on different topics. That's it, you know. That's it. I think the best way to approach it is to look at the issues individually and come to your own conclusions, come to your own solutions. Some of those solutions might be right wing, some might be seen as like liberal or left wing. It is what it is. I don't think it's necessarily good to keep us in these boxes where you have to feel like you've got to push a certain line or toe a certain line. Even if you think that idea is wrong, you have to adhere to it because it's your tribe's way of thinking. Do you know what I'm trying to say? I think too many people are trapped in that mindset. Again, it goes back to the divide and conquer. It goes back to that. Yeah, I'll need to check him out again. I'll need to check it out again. Yeah, that's still a good fight. That is still a good fight, bro. White versus Wallin. I'd still like to see it as well. I would still like to see it. I'm liberal on women's rights to choose, conservative on crime and taxes. Exactly, like you're going to have different opinions on different topics, right? Certain things you're going to be seen as right, others you're going to be seen as left. You know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Like the whole, you know, the whole fucking. I think that was a big psyop as well. By the way, the whole fucking Wade v. Roe thing. I think that was a big psyop as well. In the grand scheme of things, I don't really think much will change in America. I think it was a big psyop, but I might be wrong. Maybe they are serious, but I think it's a big psyop, mate, to get people fighting amongst each other. Because every time hook, line, and sinker, it works. You saw these like knuckleheads on Twitter back and forth. You know, I don't like the attitude towards abortion. I hate the fact that it almost at times on social media feels like it's celebrated, which I just think is reprehensible. But at the same time, I can see the argument of like on the other side of the equation where like, you know, like your like traditional conservative type, they won't give a fuck when that child is born, like what circumstances they're born into. They don't really give a fuck once they're born. Do you know what I mean? It's like they could live the shittest life with the shittest parents who are abusive and God knows what else. They don't give a fuck. So like, listen, I think there's a lot of virtue signaling from both sides. This is the way I see it. I can only control what I do, right? I don't like the idea of it, quite frankly, abortion. So what does that gives me the responsibility to be super careful. I'm not going to raw dog a random chick and risk getting her pregnant and then she terminates it, because that would make me feel tremendously just fucking guilty, right? I wouldn't want to be responsible for that. So guess what? I take responsibility and I'm super careful, you know? I'll be as careful. I'm always careful in that regard. I understand what rights I have in this country when it comes to that. As a result, I'm super careful on it. Yeah, the right, exactly. The right are just 10 years, 20 years behind the left. Exactly. 20 years ago, liberals were more conservative than the right are today. Yeah, exactly. The clue's in the name. Progressives will push society forwards, go forwards, and the conservatives will conserve the changes that are made in society, right? I've never even voted, Chet. I've never even voted yet. And people in the UK like hate it when you say that. Oh, I've never voted. Then that means you don't deserve to complain when things go wrong. I mean, what are you talking about? I never understood that narrative either. You know, when people say, oh, if you don't vote, you shouldn't complain. Well, hang on. If I have a choice between a shit sandwich and a shit smoothie, I'm not going to fucking take either. I'm gonna go hungry, right? I'm not going to take either. Why would I pick between two shit options when I don't believe in any one of them? All I'm saying there is my vote is valuable. My vote has to be earned. What you're saying is, if you say, oh, you have to vote no matter what you're saying is your vote is valueless and they don't have to earn it. You just vote because you feel obligated. That's the worst mindset, is to vote because you feel you have to. If you don't like a candidate or a party, don't vote. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, I never understood that. Oh, if you don't vote, you can't complain. What sense does that make? I still pay taxes. I still contribute to society. Why can't I complain just because I don't believe in either party or either candidate? How does that make sense? It's madness. It's madness. I never understood that. What they're saying is their vote doesn't matter because it doesn't have to be earned. That to me is far more egregious. Yeah, but there has to be a turning point, Nordic, surely. Mind you, maybe the turning point is total destruction, right? And from destruction, new sprouts will grow. Maybe that's the end game. I don't know. I really don't know. But I don't know. I find a lot of society bizarre right now, man. I really do. It feels like we're living in some sort of simulation, I guess we would say. It feels like the last few years, man, it's just got crazier and crazier. I feel like we are living in historical times, but I don't feel like we've got to the climax yet. And I'm not sure what that climax is. I'm not sure what that is. But I feel like there's something super, super significant around the corner, but I just don't know what it is. Maybe it was COVID. I don't think so, though. I don't think so. You know? I'll take any criticisms of me being a bad person because at the end of the day, I have a consistent, objective moral standard that never changes no matter what, and it can't be bought or intimidated. Yeah, they are aggressive in a lot of ways. Progressives. It's crazy, right? It's absolutely insane. But it's the same with the right, though. Hang on, I need to turn the light on. Hang on. It's the same. It's the same with the right, though. Like, one thing I've found bizarre about the right in recent months is like the shilling for Russia in the whole situation, you know, with Russia, Ukraine. Now, listen, I would agree with all of those people who say I don't trust the mainstream narrative on what is going on. I don't trust. I'm not sure what Putin's objective is. I'm not sure what the West's objective is, but we certainly all agree here. I'm sure we do that the reasons for this war is not what they're painting it out to be. Right? The West have been basically prodding and probing for a long time now. You know, like when you're at school and there's a fight to break out, and there's that one kid saying fight, 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 fight to try and encourage them. That's what the West has been doing in that region for a long time now, with the threatening the expansion of NATO, etc. We've been pushing that for a long time. So it was in our interest to kick this war off, and it's happened. What our end goal is, no idea. Is it to destabilize the economy, destroy the economy, and then create some sort of new financial system out of that? Maybe. Is it just to destabilize Russia? Maybe. I don't know what our end goal is, but at the same time, I don't know what Putin's end goal is. But I'll say this now: just because Zelensky and Ukraine are corrupt, and just because we're sponsoring it, it doesn't make Putin a good guy. Like, but the amount of people I've seen like call Vladimir Putin a great guy, a great leader, you know, he's this ultra Christian guy. No, he's a fucking nonce. He's a pedo. I guarantee you that guy's a pedo. I recall years and years ago, there was this bizarre video of Putin. It was in the mid 2000s, and he visited some some children's children's club or something like that, and it was bizarre. Like he saw this kid and he bends down and he lifts the kid's shirt up and kisses this kid on the belly. It was bizarre. And there was the rumors as well. Who was that spy who got poisoned? Litvinenko? Like, he accused Putin way before that as well of being like a pedo, like a nonce. Like, you know what I mean? But Putin is he's a weird guy, bro. And it's weird as well, yeah? All these righties shilling for Russia, right? They'll shill for Russia, and yet they'll complain about things like political correctness. Where did political correctness come from? Where was the term political correctness first used? It was after the Russian Revolution. And it was to adhere to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. You had to toe the line. You had to go with the political narrative, regardless. Even if it was untrue, like factually untrue, you had to go with a narrative. That's where that ideology comes from. And yet these guys now are shilling for Russia. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Like, if these guys, yeah, let's say that they're like their ancestors, their father or their grandfather. If they caught these guys shilling for Russia, they'd call them commies. Russia are not the good guys, just like we're not the good guys. All of these guys have their own evil agendas. That doesn't serve any of us. Doesn't serve the people of Russia. Doesn't serve the people of Ukraine. Doesn't serve the people of the West. We're all going to lose. We're losing already. Inflation is through the roof. Like, blinded Russian soldiers, blinded by patriotism, are getting fucked up, getting killed. Ukrainian civilians are getting blown to smithereens. Nobody's winning here. Like, we're not winning. No, none of us are winning. So why do people shill for these elites? It's unbelievable. 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 Yeah, it's a literal term. It doesn't stop. Yeah, progressivism. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Sex is incredibly powerful. And it should be taken seriously, but even sex now has been like totally trivialized, It should be taken seriously. Yeah, climate lockdowns potentially. Exactly. The reason they won't stop the drug dealers is because they're not going to get their cut. Yeah, it's like in Mexico with the cartels, man. There's too many people on both sides of a border getting paid. The politicians, police, the military in Mexico, they're getting a bomb from these cartels who are like producing and shipping the drugs. And people on the other side of the border, in America, the prison industrial complex, low-level drug users still getting locked up, earning these private prisons, God knows how many thousands of dollars each prisoner. There's too many people making a lot of money off that drug war. That's another thing. Like, the cartels could be wiped out instantly. No doubt about it. But they're allowed to play. They're allowed to play. Exactly, Nordic. Listen. Again, the way I see it, bro, the Russian people are going to lose. Like, the average Russian person's going to lose. The average Ukrainian's going to lose. And the average Westerner is going to lose. When it all comes down to it, the reality is most normal people just want to live a comfortable life. We want to be left alone. We want to be semi-autonomous without government interfering. That's all most of us want. I think that's all a reasonable person really wants. But we're not going to... I don't know, man. I don't know. It feels like the world's upside down right now. It really does. No more brother wars. Masons have been in my hometown here in Canada since 1870. We are just peasants. Nothing we can do but have families and keep our heads down. Maybe, but like, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is for us, or whether we can really truly fix anything. I'm not sure. But again, there's reasons to be there are reasons to be like, somewhat optimistic. There are people who think like us. There are people out there who don't look at the world as black and white and do see nuance in the world. It's not just as simple as good and evil. It's that people are very dualistic in their thinking. It's either one thing or the other. There are people like us out there, which is good. And that's one thing I've realized doing the second channel. People always ask me, like it's weird, like, because I watch a lot of bad shit to do that second channel, right? And people will ask me, well, you've watched all these videos. Does it make you less compassionate or less sympathetic? I guess I would say the answer is no. I think it's actually gone the opposite. It's actually gone the opposite. I truly believe now. This is what I truly believe. Under like the right circumstances, under the right environment, whether it's political upheaval, sheer poverty, corruption, etc. Any group of people are capable of those actions. Any group of people are capable of those actions. Just pure evil, pure violence. Under the right circumstances, I truly believe that. I mean, you look at like COVID, right? The first lockdown, just before first lockdown, how people were literally fighting in stores over toilet roll and baked beans and pasta, right? Imagine like shit really hit the fan, where it's almost like a lawless state where corruption rules the day, where the police aren't really a thing, they're corrupt, where poverty is through the roof, where inflation is through the roof, where it's every man for himself. Guarantee you, in that scenario, our little viewpoint of a Western world, how great we are, is going to go out the fucking window. You best believe that. You best believe it. But again, people are too keen to fight each other, more so than look above and look who is controlling us. But what the fuck do I know? Yeah, we are like pawns on a chessboard when it comes to the elite. They are mostly controlled opposition. I need to make a Discord at some point. Yeah, they ask that comment a lot on your streams, I noticed. Yeah, but it's made me think about the world it's made me think about the world much differently. I'm not gonna lie. But I've always been a weirdo like that. I've always kind of been a weirdo like that, Even as young as when I was a little kid, I never really believed like anything I was told by my elders or by my people who were supposed to be above me, whether it's teachers or whatever. I never believed it. I was always skeptical. I was always that fucking contrarian. Like even it's so bad for me. Yeah, even when I don't disagree, I like to play devil's advocate when I'm like with friends and that, just to get a discussion going. I've always been that way inclined, and it annoys some people in my personal life. That's just the way I am. Like I don't really have many people. Like I've got a couple of friends who I can have like real like interesting conversations with about the world, the universe, everything in it. But there's so few people in this world who I can have that sort of conversation with. That's why these streams always kind of divulge into like bullshit. And we talk about random shit. And again, I don't have the answers. All I'm saying is I don't believe what we're told. What the actual motives are, who the fuck knows? Truly, who the fuck knows? We can have conspiracies in regards to who we believe is behind it, or what we believe the end goal is, but none of us truly know. All we know is what we're being told is not strictly true. Yeah, exactly, Soler. I didn't see it. It'd be a good fight though. Yeah, exactly. And again, Nordic. Again, this depends on whether you believe mainstream history or not. But like, people need to read a history book. A history book, sorry. That's all I'll say. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And where did that happen? In the 1930s, where did that happen? A lot of people exposed themselves, in my opinion, during the last sort of 3 years. As in, like, who would be willing to toe the government line, even if it meant the destruction of his fellow man, his neighbor? A lot of people would, to save their own skin. A lot of people would, and I think that was exposed. You see how these neighbors would, like, during the lockdowns in the UK, there were neighbors who would basically, their neighbors could be having a party, like a get together, and they would call the police to inform them that they were together. These are the sort of people who are extremely dangerous. Again, under the right circumstances, not in the world we live in now, not in this world, not in this world we currently live in, but like under the right circumstances, these people, man, I'm telling you. Yeah, we went over this earlier. There's certain things I agree with, certain things I disagree with. I think maybe he's more controlled opposition. That's the impression I get. Yeah, exactly. that's jokes, Nordic. Yeah, one of my friend's cousins died as well with a blood clot. Started in her leg, and it went up, and I think it went into her lungs. I think. I wouldn't be shocked, Randy. I wouldn't be shocked. It could very well be. To be honest with you, crazy. I've not really researched like World War I and World War II in all that much depth. To be real. Yeah, it's crazy, Nordic. It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. Like I'm not judging anybody who took it. By no means am I. I mean, it's your personal choice. It's your personal freedom. You're free to do whatever you want with your body. That's cool. That is fine. But just don't coerce me. Don't try to threaten me and all that shit. Because when you do that, it makes me think. You know what? Yeah, there's something not adding up here. Nordic, you know the answer to that. I know the answer to that. If that does happen, though, if that war does happen, it's going to expose. It's going to make those sanctions look so pointless, and it's going to expose them for what they are. Yeah, exactly. But I've noticed though, there's not well in the UK at least, there's not really as much of a push to try and get people to take it. People who haven't taken it, there's not really a push anymore to get people to take it, which is good. You know, that's how it should have always been. Release it. If people want it, they can have it. Bang, sorted. Yeah, I mean Biden. I mean that corpse. He's not really worth listening to. I don't think he knows what he. I don't think he knows what day it is, mate. To be honest with you, I don't think he knows what day it is. Old Joe Biden. Talk about a puppet government, like literally a puppet government. The guy's basically a puppet. Like he literally has to be prompted, and God knows what else. We should sanction ourselves for the Falklands. Yeah, yeah. it's just like the hypocrisy of the whole thing. I wouldn't even got involved. Just, you know, leave them to it. I know that probably sounds bad to a lot of people, but like, it is what it is. Leave them to it. We got to look after ourselves. Leave them to it. And we sanctioned them, yeah, but still we'll supply Saudi Arabia with like arms, who are like destroying Yemeni people with those arms, right? It just makes no fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense. It's insane. But what can you do, man? That's the world we live in. That's the world we live in. The media will tell people what to get outraged about, what to care about. NPCs will put said flag in their bio or said like whatever in their bio on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram. Rinse and repeat. You know, we know the playbook. It is what it is. But I guess, you know, we can try and see the funny side of things. You know, it is almost comical at this point. But what can you do? What can you do? All the sad thing is, though, people are getting destroyed across the globe in these pointless conflicts, you know? That's the sad thing, you know? Like, families destroyed, kids are not going to have a father, you know? That's a real tragedy. But that's what even, like, you know, these people talking about it, like, that's what people like miss, though. Like, people don't really talk about the actual human tragedy, like, but it is what it is. I don't know, man. My energy bills don't think so, Randy. Tell you that much. I wonder if Biden just pretends to be an idiot. Can you imagine? It's like one big act. He's like trolling everybody. Can you imagine? I don't know, man. I just hate like the fact that everybody is so against each other, man. I really do. And I'm not fucking naive. I know we're never going to live in a fluffy world where everybody likes each other. That's not going to happen. But like at least, like, can we stop playing into these people's hands? Can we at least try that? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. Pronouns, rainbow flags, and Ukraine flags is the NPC holy trinity. All I do is garden, train, and try to be ready for when they turn the power off and start up the tanks. Yeah. Hopefully that never happens, bro. Hopefully that never happens. I mean, again, I've got no fucking idea what the end game is. Whatever that is, like what the next catastrophic event is, or what the next part of the playbook is, I've got no fucking idea. I just have a feeling that we've not seen the end of it yet. I don't. Does anybody else feel like we are truly living in historical times? It's felt like that since 2016, basically. For me, at least. It's felt like that since 2016, sorry. Just bizarre. It's bizarre. And again, we're not asking for much. Just want to be left alone, you know, try and be as autonomous as possible and be comfortable. I think that's all most people want. That's all I want. I'm not. Listen, I don't want to be a fucking. Listen, I'd like to be rich, but like I don't really care. Like I just want to be comfortable, right? And I'm working on that right now, but yeah, actual NPC. But yeah, that's true. You can't be too paranoid. We still need to go about and live our daily lives as we usually would. Don't let it bog us down. Don't let it distract us in regards to what we want to achieve or where we want to go. Just got to keep working, keep plugging away, regardless of what is going on around us. Be kind to those who we love and care for. Try to look out for them. Appreciate those relationships and keep on going. Keep on going, you know. Again, try and be the change that you want to see. And that's what I'm going to try and do with my second channel now, is be more, I'm going to try and drop some hints. I done that in the latest video at the start. It was more so like with like things that I wasn't expecting, right? I never expected like Trump to get elected. I never expected Brexit to happen. And I was pro-Brexit, by the way. But I just never expected those things to happen. And ever since then, man, it just feels like the world has been so up and down, and it's just been crazy. Like the whole like catalogue of events since then have been crazy. And make no mistake, I'm not blaming it on those two things. I'm just saying I think that's where shit started to get a bit wonky. Knowing how to grow plants is one of the best things to learn and practice. You might have to feed your family and loved ones. Irish potato famine had girls dying at 17 and boys at 15. Yeah. The thing is, like living in an apartment, I'm going to struggle, bro. I need to, me personally, I kind of need to learn to hunt. I can fish. Yeah, I want to have kids and make them my personal army. Make a militia. It's a good idea, bro. I'll give your family 100 squashes, but you need to help me destroy this building, etc. What's up, Max? How you doing, man? Check out Mighty Max Boxing, by the way. Really good channel. Done an interview with Archie Sharp. Nice dude. Yeah, he's a good domestic fighter, Archie. But I don't think he's like above that. UK #1 pundit Tony Bellew always lets his emotions override rational thinking. And #2 pundit Johnny Nelson has clearly taken too much punishment, which has led to brain damage. I'd agree with both statements, Adolf. Who would actually pick Biden over Trump if you're going to have a government? You might as well pick the entertaining one. Exactly, yeah. You know, at least it's something to look at, it's something to laugh at, right? Yeah, Kyle Thompson was a good fighter. Kyle Thompson was a good fighter, very tough man. Very tough man. Great chin, great power. Not even that he had a great chin, like he had a good chin, but his powers of recovery were really good in some great fights as well. Yeah, it's doing okay. It's doing okay, Max, man. It's doing good. Oh, Trump TKO won, no doubt. Yeah, Justin Trudeau or Trudeau, however you say his name. Yeah, that guy's a weirdo. Yeah, and he beat David Haye, gave David Haye his first loss. I think he was WBO cruiserweight champion. Had those great cruiserweight fights. He had that great fight against that German dude. But yeah, Kyle Thompson was a good fighter, like a really, really fun fighter. Like he left a lot as well, man. He left again, he's one of those guys though, he left a lot in the ring. But like he never really got the love kind of thing. Never really got the love that a lot of fighters get. Do you know what I mean? But it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, I mean, most world leaders are horrendous, Max. Marcus Bott, that's the one, yeah. I don't know much about Bolsonaro, to be honest with you. Sam Hyde, why do I know that name? I know that name. You mean the YouTuber or the boxer? Votos. Because Sam Hyde, the YouTuber, well, I think he got banned, but he was fucking hilarious. He was hilarious. Let me have a look, Nordic. I don't know who it was. Carl Thompson. Carl Thompson. It might have been a Rothman fight. Sebastian Rothman. Yeah, the Sebastian Rothman fight. That was a hell of a fight. Hell of a fight. Yeah, Sebastian Rothman, Nordic. And also his fight with Ezra Sellers. I've seen that as well. That was a good fight. First Eubank fight was pretty good as well. First Eubank fight was pretty good. Yeah, he was a good fighter, man. He was a good fighter. Yeah, I know who you mean. The YouTuber. Yeah, that guy's funny as fuck. Yeah, it was Rothman, yeah. Yeah, that was a gift stoppage as well. Yeah, that was a terrible stoppage. That was worse than Frochgrove's one. Yeah, Sam Hyde's funny. Yeah, I like Sam Hyde. He's funny as fuck. Yeah, that was an early stoppage, yeah. Yeah, he fucked Eubank up in that second fight. Well, it was competitive, though. It was competitive, but Eubank's eye was fucked. They were good fights, man. They were good fights. Yeah, Carl Thompson's one of those guys, though, never really got like the respect he deserved. Whereas certain fighters, yeah, who had like really manufactured careers, man, just like get fucking so much love and so much praise. Do you know what I mean? Like you see him on TV all the time, and it's like, man, it's like prime Carl Thompson versus prime Tony Bellew. Like Tony Bellew versus Carl Thompson. Like prime for prime at cruiserweight. Like Carl Thompson would have a really good chance in that fight. Tony Bellew could win, but like it'd be Thompson would have a chance. He'd have a chance. Not really, bro. I think that's just where boxing's at these days. I don't think the YouTubers are embarrassing. I just think it's a sign of where boxing's at. You know, if boxing was delivering the content in which it should be week in, week out, I think there would be less of a place for these YouTube boxers. Maybe. But you know, there's celebrity boxing's always been a thing. It's been a thing for a long while. I don't really have a big issue with it, like a lot of people do. Just my thing. I don't really care either way, mate. To be honest. Best boxing movie: Raging Bull. Raging Bull, easy. I know that's more of like I guess you would say a biography, but still it's on a boxer, isn't it? So I'm gonna say Raging Bull. Salute, Eric, man. What's up, Eric? How you doing? How you doing? Hopefully you're keeping well, bro. Let's close that quick. Hang on, let me close this as well. I've got so many things open in the background. He's a good actor, Robert De Niro, but as a person, man, that guy's a weirdo, bro. Honestly. I don't know who NBA Youngboy is. I've heard of his name, but I don't know who he is. I ain't gonna lie. Creed 2 best boxing movie, underrated. I see. I've never been a big fan of a Rocky franchise. I've never been a big boxing movie guy. Never been a big boxing movie guy. it's weird as like boxing's my favorite sport, but like it's never been a big boxing guy, but a boxing movie guy. Sorry. Yeah, great actor, fake tough guy. Yeah. Yeah, and exactly. Yeah, he is just like, when it comes to politics, he is so like irrational. Like, like just gets so triggered by everything. Like can't hold his emotions together. I just don't like those sort of people, to be honest with you. I don't like those sort of people. Why am I getting pop-ups for? What the fuck? Eubank. Eubank. If he's not completely weight drained, Eubank. Alex Steen on YouTube. His city council meeting trolls are hilarious. No, I've never seen him. Who is Alex Steen? What does he say? What does he do? Is he like a commentator? I've heard of a name. I don't know who he is. Alex Steen. Steen or Stein. Okay, this guy might be funny. I might have a look at this guy. Oh, was he the guy who called what's her face? What's that name? What's that woman's name? Alexia something. That politician, Cortez, whatever her name is, Ocasio Cortez. Is he the one who called her a big booty Latina? Is he that guy? So I ain't gonna lie, yeah. I ain't gonna lie. That whatever her name is, Cortez. She's a psycho, yeah. She's not a bad looking woman. I ain't gonna lie to you. I certainly wouldn't say no. I'll put it that way, Yeah, yeah. Who needs a gym? Just fly to Siberia and run with logs in the snow and do sit-ups in a cabin. Sounds ideal. Mark Dice, I remember him years ago, Nordic. Years and years and years ago, like best part of 10 years ago. I've not seen that guy for years. Mark Dice, that's a blast from the past. Is he still active on YouTube, Mark Dice? Is Mark Dice still on YouTube? No, he can't be, surely. He can't be. Oh shit, he's got like 1.8 mil subs. Yeah, he's still going strong, man. And he looks exactly the same as way back when. How long has he been on YouTube for, man? 12 years ago, yeah. I remember this guy years ago. Jesus Christ. Never knew this guy was still a thing. Never knew this guy was still a thing. Yeah, I'll still hit it, yeah. Someone stole her $1,000 shoes on Jan 6th. I can fix her. I can fix her. Has anybody seen The Harder They Fall with Humphrey Bogart? A really good movie. Humphrey was a hell of an actor. I've not seen it. I'm not a big movie guy. To be honest with you. I never knew he was still a thing. Mark Dice. Yeah, I'm looking at his. I went on his channel and I went oldest to newest, and I remember when he used to interview like random crazy people on the street. That's when I first saw him years ago. Honestly, I thought he'd have been banned. That's why I was kind of surprised. I thought he'd either been banned or just like given up with YouTube because like he was been on so long, man. Yeah, he's doing all right, man. He's doing all right. No, I've not seen it, Eric. Not seen it. Oh yeah, they definitely put Smith in those shoes. Put her on a lead and pull her around. Women like that. Yeah, I reckon she's into all sorts. I'm going to go back on my word, yeah. You know, what we was talking about earlier with the male-female dynamic, but I just think with what's her name? Alexandria? What is her name? Yeah, Alexandria. I think Alexandria's problem is she just ain't been fucked right. I think that's her problem. I think she's cranky. Obviously, I kid. I kid. You know, I'm joking. I'm joking. Her name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. No, I haven't. No. Listen, man, I try not to take life too seriously, bro. I know we can't joke these days and have a laugh because, you know, I like to have a laugh. I like to have a joke about, you know, we can't take the world so serious. I know we've been having a serious conversation, but, you know, at the same time, we have to laugh. We have to laugh sometimes. Yeah, she's got those crazy eyes, man. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. I don't know. I don't know. I'm quite into Latinas. I think I like Latinas because we don't have any in the UK. So it's like, you know, like you always want what you can't have. I think that's the case. I think that's the case with you know. Man, oh man, oh man. But yeah, the crazy eyes. Oh, that video cracked me up, man. You know, the big booty Latina one. That was so funny. Oh my god. Oh my god. You got to see the funny side of it, yeah. Forget all the hypocrisies and shit. Just see the funny side of it. Praise the sun. I would drink all kinds of bodily fluids that flow out of her orifices. Oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. Fucking hell. Let me have a look at what this fucking score is in this Arsenal game quickly. Hang on. But yeah, I'd like a bit of Alexandria. I could fix her. I could fix her, you know? I could fix her. I should say to her, Alexandria, I've got a big YouTube channel. You should give me a chance. I can fix you. And I'll turn her into like the female Alex Jones. That's the plan. That's the end goal for my life. That's the goal. That's the pursuit. I can fix her. Yeah, Albania. Listen, I don't know much about Albania, but there are some nice women out there, man. You know. Exactly, bro. Votos. Sorry, Vatos. Yeah, people take themselves far too seriously, as if they're like a main protagonist or something. Yeah, you're not that important. Exactly. Exactly. To a large degree, man, our destiny is out of our control. To a certain extent. To a certain extent, we have control, that shouldn't be excuse to live a fucked up life. But what I'm saying is, our health is very precious. Like, that can go at any moment. The people above us, the elites, can have our world come crashing down on us at any moment. There's certain things we can't control, right? So listen, I do listen. I'm kind of in between. Like, sometimes I look at the world, I'll get disillusioned, but usually I'll shake that off quite quickly, and I'll be grateful for the things that we do have. I'll try and make light of a bad situation. I'll try and enjoy the company that I do have, my family, my friends, even things like this. Yeah, talking like right now, I've enjoyed myself. Just simple little things. It doesn't take much to make me happy. I don't need a big fucking house, a fancy watch, a fucking fast car. Don't need any of that. I try, I just try my best to be as kind as possible to my fellow man. I don't always do that. Sometimes I fuck up, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Salt Pappy. I know the name, but I don't know who he is. Same. If you're in a shipwreck, I can't even talk now. Same. If you're in a shipwreck, always remember to sing in the lifeboat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's a mindset we need to have, right? I think we all. I think most people here, at least, we kind of question the direction in which the world is heading, and I think we're right to do so. But at the same time, let's not lose track of having a good time in the moment and trying to enjoy each other's company, whether that's family, friends, or even things like this. We can't lose track of that. We can't be doom and gloom and defeatist and nihilistic, because essentially, then, if there is any nefarious plans, we play into their playbook, right? Be cautious, be aware. Try not to take things at face value, but try not to take it beyond that, I guess I would say. I don't think he beats Eubank now. Counterpunch, no way. Nah, Eubank beats Chavez Jr. I'll be air guitar. What instrument do you want? I'll be the air flute. Might be a good idea to start digging a bunker. Yeah. Introduce Alexandria to Pulev. Yeah, that's a good shout. Bloomer over Doomer. Yeah, facts. Because it is easy to get into that mindset, that kind of Doomer mindset. It's very easy, but I think a lot of people, people who stay there in that mindset, I think they take comfort in it. Like I said, it's very nihilistic, and when you're defeatist and nihilistic, then you kind of view the world like you can't change anything, and we can't change anything. So therefore, you give up. So yeah, we need to avoid that mindset. We need to avoid that mindset. Do you know, literally, yeah, when I started this stream, I was planning to go live for maybe a couple hours, hour and a half. And here we are. See, I'd like to have these conversations on a bigger scale. I'd like to get people on, like random guests, Make a podcast before you get fucking banned, though. Yeah, Pulev would sort her out. I'm sure you do, Dave. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you have things to be grateful for, bro. You're here for a start. But if you ever need anything, just try and hit me up, bro. I've got Twitter. I've got emails on my YouTube channels. Just hit me up, bro. Hottest female boxer right now? I can't really think of many. Probably that Australian, that Sky Nicholson. Yeah, I've been going for a while. I was planning on going on Twitch, on the other channel and playing Outlast. but I've had too much fun. Yeah, bro, listen, I'm a relatively, I wouldn't say I'm a normal guy. But yeah, I like to just have fun and bust balls and talk shit, man, honestly. So you've not been in one of my streams on the Disturbed Reality channel? Yeah, usually I just kind of shoot the shit. Yeah, I like Outlast. Really good game. I enjoyed it. I'm gonna try and start streaming on Twitch as well. You know, just having a laugh and shit. Because that's one thing I've realized about making this, like just making content in general. Like with the other channel, obviously it's not fun looking at that shit. I like the research behind it, but it's not fun doing it. And I can't really be myself when I'm making a boxing video. Can't really be myself. But it's like the best way where I can be myself is live when I'm talking like live. So I kind of want to do more of that. But to stream on Twitch, I'd need a better PC. I can run certain games when I stream, but I need a better PC. Yeah, she'd get clapped. Yeah, no doubt. I'd still risk it. Alien Isolation's a great game. I've never played it, to be honest, Al, but it looks good. I have seen it. What do you talk about on the second channel? Whatever comes up, bro. Usually I just do like a Q&A. But again, I don't keep those lives on that channel. I private them, to be honest. Yeah, we've not had an epic panel in a while. Mark and Anthony have thrown in the towel, it seems. Yeah. I know, man. Yeah, Mark's a big miss, man. Mark's a big miss. I need to get in contact with him at some point. I think I got exposed at the same shit around the same age. Like I was too young on 4chan and Encyclopedia Dramatica. Yeah, yeah. I fucking lost interest in that game now. Counterpunch. When it comes out, it comes out. A lot of the videos don't. A lot of the videos don't get monetized, bro. But I'll make a nice little side hustle for it. We'll see how long it goes for. I mean, I'd like for it to go to the point where I can buy a house. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. Because honestly, now I'm getting to the stage. I need to wait a few months. I need to wait a few months till my parents retire. My dad's retired already, but my mum is still working, and she hasn't got a car. My dad's older, so like I need to take her around like to work and shit. So I'm not going to go now. But once my mum's retired, I can then look at maybe relocating, going somewhere else. When she's less dependent on me, kind of thing. Because I'm not going to leave my parents in the shit, obviously. So yeah, once that happens, end of the year, what the plan is, get through this year, get through this tax year, basically, sort the tax out, whatever I've got to pay, and then go from there, basically. Maybe move somewhere else. Maybe move further up north where it's a bit cheaper. I'd still like to go abroad, but that's going to be hard to achieve, man. It's going to be hard to achieve. Yeah, I know he's still around, Mark. Yeah, he's still around. But yeah, I think he just got disillusioned with the YTBC, which I understand why, man. Like I've totally lost passion for boxing content. I wouldn't say I've lost passion. Certain videos I enjoy making, but like I'm trying to force myself back into it. Like the videos this week, I kind of had a laugh with the DAZN video, but like I was so rusty on that video, man. I had to make so many cuts and shit, and I like trying to talk like slow and so people can understand me. Because that's what I'm really conscious of when I make videos. Like I'm English, right? And sometimes our accent is a bit hard to follow. So like I talk normally like I am now, but like in the videos I try and slow it down, and I just felt so clunky in that video, man. Yeah, I'm not surprised, man. It's a fucked up community. That's what the other channel made me realize. Yeah, we're talking about some fucked up shit, but the community there is actually pretty kosher. It's pretty good. Yeah, boxing's been shit all summer. We got some, like I said though, we have some big fights coming up. Golovkin, Canelo 3, AJ Usyk 2. There's some good fights, big fights coming up. So maybe I'll get more invested once those fights come around. That is what it is, mate. That term gets thrown around a lot, man. Mark's not that way inclined. I've been speaking to Mark for years, and I know he's not that way inclined. Yeah, maybe. I do like UFC. I watch it casually though. I don't have the time to follow it hardcore. Yeah, I feel you, Nordic. I feel you. That's what I was thinking of doing as well. Like I've been thinking of ways, not like super consciously, but like just now and again thinking of ways in which I could like change this channel up and do something a little bit different. Obviously still boxing related, but maybe just be less I don't know, less serious about it, I guess, and try and be more like not vulgar for the sake of vulgarity, but just be more like tongue in cheek and have a bit of fun kind of thing. But again, I can't really do that on certain videos. Like prediction videos, I always want to do seriously, but maybe like boxing news videos, I can take the piss a bit. Thank you, Eric, man. Yeah. The cartel, to be fair though, when it comes to the cartel videos, I would cut people slack because like I've actually made mistakes. And the problem is a lot of those videos when it comes to the backstory, there are a lot of like contrasting reports on some of them. Like certain reports say, oh, it was because of this, or these guys did it, whereas others will say some other group did it for another reason. Like there's a lot of contrasting reports. The hardest thing as well is like the cartel origin stories, how they formed, what the timeline was. There's a lot of rumor involved in that as well, which could be true, which might not be true. There's so much like it's so like the information surrounding the cartels is so contrasting. You're always bound to get things wrong. Like I've even heard people like complain about journalists getting things wrong. You know, guys like Ed Calderon and people like that, and they live and breathe it. They literally worked within it, you know, as like police and shit, and they get shit wrong. So it's incredibly complex. It is incredibly complex, to be fair. But yeah, I'm sure there are people out there who don't really research it that hard. But yeah, the best thing about it though is like people actually from Mexico or Mexican Americans who will actually either share information or offer translations, share their experiences, things they've gone through. That's when it becomes more real to me, because I've had emails like people explaining what their family have gone through and shit, and what they've been subjected to. You know, people losing family members who weren't even involved in like cartels and shit like that. Like people forcibly recruited, all sorts of stuff. Some people like willingly joining. I've heard it all. And when you hear like real people tell those stories, it's kind of makes it even more real. Do you know what I mean? People taking the time to write. I've covered a couple of war crimes, Like I covered Dagestan massacre, for example. That was from the Chechen war. I'd like to cover some things from Russia, Ukraine, but like YouTube don't like that content. They don't like that content. So I'm very reluctant to touch it. Like there's two videos I can make right off the bat from Ukraine, Russia. There's a Russian POW getting like brutally executed, and there's a Ukrainian soldier getting brutally executed. Like I could do both videos, but like again, to talk about that, I couldn't make that video in good faith because I couldn't give my opinion, because those videos would be opinion pieces more so than like factual research, because we don't really know what's going on. I can parrot the mainstream narrative and make a video that way, but like I wouldn't be satisfied with that. I wouldn't be satisfied with that. So that's another reason why I'm leaving those videos alone. I just can't cover them the way I want to, unfortunately. Like, if I had my way, I would talk about our involvement and how we have ushered that war along and kind of provoked it in a certain sense. And you know, I'd be talking about what are the end goals for all parties involved, etc. Like, but I can't talk about that. So it's like, I'm going to leave it alone. Do you know what I mean? Ryan could easily beat Tank Davis. Ryan could easily beat Tank Davis. He's bigger. You know, he's younger. He's fresher. I think he trains harder. He certainly keeps himself in better shape outside the ring. That much is for certain. And I think Ryan Garcia is developing, whereas Tank Davis, I don't think he's got any better in recent years. So yeah, Ryan's got a chance against Tank. But I'd love to, Al. I'd love to. But, you know, YouTube's not that place anymore it once was back in 2011, 2012. Think about it like this. I was thinking about this the other day. In fact, I had the conversation with somebody about this the other day in private. He was asking the same thing. And I gave the same answer, basically. But, like, think about it like this. I couldn't do that video because of, like, I'd have alternative theories, or I would speculate on what is really going on, and I'd be called a conspiracy theorist, misinformation, all that jazz. You know the terms that are used. But hypothetically, yeah, let's say the Iraq war happened right now, and I made a video saying there are no WMDs. I guarantee you I'd get flagged for disinformation. Guarantee you. If the Iraq war happened now and we said about fake WMDs, we'd get done for misinformation. Would be called conspiracy theorists. A long time, Larry. A long fucking time, bro. 3 hours and a half. 3 hours and a half. But yeah, I mean, we are losing our seem to be losing our right to speak, man. Kosovo war crimes by Serbs. I'm not even aware of that conflict. I heard about it recently. There's some tension there. I've heard some recent reports, but like, I don't really know much about it, to be honest with you. That's from the late 90s. I could have a look at that. I think when the Tank Ryan fight finally happens, Garcia will be favourite in 2025. You might be right, bro. Yeah, it's insane. It's insane, bro. But, you know, what can you do? What can you do? Oh yeah, no doubt, Nordic. No doubt. The world's a fucking fucked up place, man. Sometimes, well, it's both a fucked up place and a beautiful place. But yeah, there's no doubt. That's a sad thing. Like, this shit, I can always cover this shit. Like, there's so much I can cover. That's the sad thing. Like, there's endless supplies of this sort of stuff. And not even just based on videos, just based on things that are happening in general. Like, it's never ending. It's never ending. But I just don't like the fact we can't talk about certain things, and, you know, got to toe a certain line. Like, I made the reference in my latest video at the start. I was dropping hints in the intro. We was talking about Venezuela. A video coming out of Venezuela, and kind of made some references at the start of the video. I wondered, I'll see whether people picked up on it and whatever, but would anyone take a zombie apocalypse right now? I think it'll be a lot harder than people think. If zombies were real, right, they wouldn't last. Imagine zombies in Texas. They'd get blown away, man. Can you imagine? They'd get blown away. But the worst, if a zombie apocalypse were to happen, and it was actually like bad, it would have to be like the 28 days later zombies, like the rage virus. Basically, that was basically like a human, almost like a human rabies type of thing, where you get bit or you ingest her blood, and then you turn into like some sort of fucking flesh-eating monster cannibal thing. But the 28 days zombies, 28 days later zombies are the most terrifying. Like if it was like Walking Dead zombies, I wouldn't die. I guarantee you I wouldn't die. I wouldn't die to zombies anyway. Maybe some fucking bandits will kill me, but I certainly wouldn't die to zombies. If it was Walking Dead zombies, no way. That's why I could never get into that show. Like the whole zombies were like, they weren't a threat. They were never really a threat, you know? Yeah, but they were. Don't get me wrong. The protagonists were stupid, but let's say you have like running zombies, like who are super quick, like that would be worse. Yeah, I like 28 Days Later. That's a great movie, and also 28 Weeks Later. Yeah, it would be harder in the UK because we're an island. We're an island. Honestly, the best bet might be to try. Listen, I can't fucking drive a boat. But honestly, the best bet might be to get to the coast, try and nick a boat, go to France, and then basically try to survive on the continent. That might be a better bet. That might be a better bet. Because I reckon surviving in the UK would be hard. Like we don't have guns here for a start, but apart from like some farmers, we don't really have guns. Um, I could try and find guns. I know where a gun is kept. I know a farmer, and I would probably go there to see if he's dead or not. And if he's dead, I'll try and ransack his place and take his guns. But like, imagine trying to survive in the UK in like an apocalypse scenario. We're closed tight together. There's less places to hide. It'll be harder in the UK, I reckon. It'll be harder in the UK, and even like things like hunting and shit. It's not as plentiful. Live at sea, yeah, live at sea. You could live at sea. The only way a zombie apocalypse would be like hard to survive. Let's say there was a virus where like it was some sort of, let's say it's an airborne virus, maybe, I don't know. And like it only affected like the only people who weren't affected. I'm going to say this because I have a rare blood type. I forget what it is, but I've got a rare blood type, so I'm going to be selfish. And let's say my blood type isn't infected, but every other blood type is. That sort of shit will be hard to survive. But like a zombie apocalypse, as it's in the movies, like 28 days, no, like yeah, like Walking Dead, that shit would be easy to contain. That shit would be easy to contain. Yeah, melee weapons though are actually hard because like certain things that you think's a good melee weapon really isn't. You know, like an axe, for example. Like an axe isn't a good melee weapon. Like you could kill especially if there's more than one zombie. But if you miss that swing, if you miss the swing, you could be fucked. Let's say there's two zombies, you hit the zombie in the head, you fucking cut into his skull. You're trying to drag the blade out. You're wasting time. Like an axe is not a good fucking weapon. So something like a machete is probably the best weapon. Like a machete, or if you can get hold of one of them. But even a machete, like I don't know. The NPCs would side with the zombies, yeah. That could be a good shout, yeah. Oh yeah, we invented so many gruesome executions. We invented so many gruesome executions, man. things like the Brazen Bull. I think that was invented here. Things like that. Well, think about it, yeah. Like we have a history in that regard, in that sort of thing. There's actually crossover with what I cover in regards to the cartel side. Look at the Knights Templar cartel. They based themselves off the Knights Templar way back when. They based themselves off the Knights Templar. They weren't really based from. It wasn't based out of Europe, but still, Nordic wouldn't survive. Shaun of the Dead. He used a cricket bat. I think a cricket bat wouldn't be good. In the UK, yeah, they would only allow you to hit them with a newspaper. Yeah, you got a license for that newspaper. Stay in your room for a few days. You could do that. Easiest one to survive is 28 days later. I don't know like how you would think it's easier to survive 28 days later than The Walking Dead. Like The Walking Dead zombies are so slow. So slow. Do you know what I mean? Like they're so slow, like you wouldn't get caught out. Whereas I know where exactly I would go. I thought about this. Because near me, I'd go like I know areas in the countryside that are like relatively remote, and there's literally like houses in the middle of nowhere, like in a big field on their own, where you got a 360 view, you can see everything coming in, etc. I would try to commandeer one of those houses. You know, really do it up. You know, fortify it, things of that nature. Try to work out some cultivation and agriculture. Get fishing supplies. Try to find a gun if possible, like a shotgun or a hunting rifle. There's places I can check, like the farm that I mentioned, and there's loads of farms that I know where they are. I will check all those places, build up a stock supply of dried goods, things of that nature, water, bottled water, things like that. Try to get some medicine, sanitary products. I would actually, ideally, because I can go into the country, I would try to find a house with like a back boiler. So you basically, you kind of get hot water from the fireplace if you light a fire. I would try to find that sort of house. I know running water wouldn't be a thing, but technically you could plumb it so you can collect rainwater. It wouldn't be that hard. It really wouldn't be that hard. I could certainly do it. I've done plumbing. I could do it. That's what I would try and do. You forget the sanitary products. Need room for iron brew. Yeah, Nordic's just going to be an iron brew bandit. like just ransack the country of like its last iron brew supplies. I would like to think I would survive Nordic. I would like to think I would survive, but I'd like to survive with people I like, you know, in real life kind of thing. But if it was just me, I mean, who knows? Stay away from the woods at night, though. Can't risk encountering rituals. I would try to be near woods, to be honest. Feel like it's a good area to maybe hunt. Go straight to the pharmacy, yeah. At least then, though, like in an apocalypse, I could actually quit smoking. Because I would be too preoccupied to smoke. And also, one thing people don't think about when it comes to an apocalypse, I think you'd realize how fragile life is. Let's say you're on your own, you're surviving on your own, you're doing your daily thing, you're getting your supplies, you're doing this, that, and the other, and one day you do something as simple as, I don't know, you trip over and you fracture your leg. That could kill you, because let's say you snap your leg, you can't fix that yourself, or you'll struggle to. You'll fucking struggle to. You really will struggle to. And if you break your leg when nobody else who can tend for you or care for you, you're fucked. Like the injuries that we don't think are severe now would be severe in that scenario. What happens if you get an infection? Adrian Broner gets devoured by a horde of zombies. If only he let his hands go. But I think that'll be a big killer. Is like literally things like that, like things that wouldn't kill us in this day and age, in which we don't even think about, like things like having an accident, breaking our leg, something like that, or getting like an infection or something. That shit would be like really serious. So ideally, you need to find somebody who's like a nurse or like a healthcare professional. That'd be ideal. And I know one of them, but I don't think that person would survive, to be honest with you. So you got to wrap yourself in cotton wool, basically. You need like a fucking massive, like, juggernaut suit. Yeah, Lyme disease and no antibiotics. I don't really think Lyme disease is a thing out here. I don't think it is. Do we get ticks in the UK? I think it comes from ticks, right? I know we do get ticks in the UK. I've never even seen a tick, by the way. I've never even seen a tick. Can you die of Lyme's disease? Yeah, you need antibiotics for Lyme's disease. Yeah, exactly. Freedom versus people existing. It's a difficult one, yeah. Yeah, Dell is planning every individual that he's going to save in the event of a zombie apocalypse. Facts. Yeah, no, we do get. I googled it. Yeah, we do get ticks here in the UK. I've never seen one though. I've never encountered any. Andrade would be the perfect zombie. He fights like an octopus. Yeah, you're fucked if Andrade comes after you. I think he'd be alright. Yeah, based boxing basement would be fine. Yeah, it's wild, man. They release ticks in the forest. That is wild. So yeah, basically, what it's a bacterial infection, right? And it drains you basically. Apparently, though, even untreated, it's rarely life threatening, but like it's gonna fuck you up though. It's gonna make you less sharp. I know it can actually fuck you up. Lyme's disease. Yeah, it can fuck you up. Sounds like a bad way to go as well. So that's another thing. Stupid things like that, you would really need to think about. Stupid things like that. I had it for months without knowing, and my knee started swelling, and I was losing consciousness. Yeah, that's fucked up. You wouldn't want that in a zombie apocalypse. Just avoid walking in tall grass. There's that, but like you might need to hunt and shit, you know, or get to a certain place, you know. But just you know, if you go in those environments, I guess just like proper like have no skin exposed. Just like cover yourself completely. What role would you play though? What role would you play? Would you be a survivalist? Would you be a cult leader? Would you be like a total anarchist? Would you be a bandit? What would you be? I'd like to think I'd be just a survivalist with a few people trying to mind my own. That's what I'd like to think. Yeah, a zombified Josh Warrington, a headbutt from him. You'd be a nomad. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's that as well. Most grass would be tall in that situation. All grass would, yeah. See, these are all these things. Yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah, but I still think though one thing about some like one thing about The Walking Dead, which I think would be true, is like human beings, fellow humans, would be far more dangerous. Exactly. No electricity, no running water, no gas, etc. You could get a petrol generator, but like maintaining it, I got no fucking idea how to maintain one of those. Even things like cars and shit, like the best thing you could do in regards to transport is to like hijack loads of cars, and make sure you keep on running them every few days and take each individual car out different days. So you've always got a fleet of cars, because you can't just take one car if you can't work on cars, you don't know how to fix cars. You can't just take one car, use it for a few months, and try and get another car because the battery's going to be flat. God knows what else is going to be wrong. So like that's another thing you need to think of as well. Like because you'd want transport like that. Yeah, nights would be crazy. Yeah, if you had people, like you had a group of people, you'd need a night's watchman, where one guy's watching at night and you take it in turns, kind of thing. Yeah, that would be insane. I don't know what my first port of call would definitely be to do what I said. Like I'd check for guns. I would check the place where I know there are guns. If there's none there, well, if the guy's dead and there's none there, I'd say fuck it. I'll check some other farms. You know, providing I don't get blasted away by the farmers, I'll check those farms for guns, then go from there. Basically, bicycles, yeah, would be useful, but I've not rode a bicycle in years. I'd have to learn again in the zombie apocalypse. But again, though, man, like if you fell off a bike and you fucked yourself up, I'd be the night's watchman every night. Night shift in that scenario would suit me fine. Just sit up there with like a hunting rifle, just looking and observing. But yeah, that'd be crazy. Would be weird as well, as you could lose your group so easily with mobile phones becoming redundant. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's another thing you need to do as well. Like, let's say you're on a raiding mission, you're trying to get supplies, you're going to go into a town, whatever, or whatever you need to always like figure out a meeting point and shit, and even like second and third meeting points if the other meeting points don't work. There would be so much that you need to plan. But I think a lot of people, the average normie, would fail on day one. Like things that are obvious to me, a lot of people would fail on. I'm convinced. The iron brew would help keep me awake. That's another thing though. Like shit like canned food, even canned food. Like canned food, it does it technically go off canned food? Like, imagine what an iron brew tastes like Nordic after like 10 years. Like just sitting in a can, 10 years. Imagine what it tastes like. Funny, it's funny you say that. I'd love an iron brew right now. I'd love an iron brew right now. Yeah, generator's a good shout as well. Not really sure about how to hook it up. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'll try my best though. Yeah, spam would be around until the sun burns out. That's true. Yeah, that's a good question. I wonder what currency would establish itself. Food, weapons, makes you wonder. Because I'm sure there'd be like groups trading and shit. I guess it would just be like swapsies. We need this, you need that, we have this, you have that. Let's swap. It could be just shit like that. I would need to learn to make it myself. My bandit uh, would be my bandit fort would be an iron brew factory with one of the workers as my employee. Uh, I wonder as well, like, let's say you survive. Like, I think the initial first few days would be the hardest to survive when everyone is when the remaining survivors who are not infected, once they're going to try and sort themselves out, that's going to be the hardest part to survive the first few days. Let's say you can make it through that though, and you actually establish yourself in a certain place. You got your little base, etc. You might have a couple of people. I wonder how long it would take until people start to not go insane, but lose that will kind of thing. You know what I mean? I wonder how long it would take. Three goats for a cow, exactly. Would need snipers on the roofs as well as heavy barricades on every entrance. Would need to organise search parties to go and get food. Yeah, food, water, medicine, other weapons, tools, supplies, everything, man. Most people will become addicts, but survival will probably override that. Yeah, exactly. I've always made this point, Larry, and I've always tried to make that point since I've been covering the content I do on the other channel. I think a lot of, we could easily get to that state. Anybody could, any group of people could get to that state, any country. I truly believe that. I truly believe that. There'd be people killing for fun as well in that scenario. I'm telling you now, there would. Just killing for the sake of killing because they can. Because we'd go back to being tribal, I guess we would say, right? And you see another tribe and you kill them. I guess that would happen. I'd like a group, I'd call it instead of Charlie's Angels, I'd call it Liam's Angels. I'd have a group of a harem of women. Yeah, it's all about the material conditions. Everybody can be a killer if you push them enough. Yeah, exactly. Some people would only be a killer if it is purely self-preservation. But I think there's a big percentage of people where it wouldn't take a mere self-preservation scenario to actually kill somebody. And to me, that is probably the most scary thing. Because I think for me, even in that scenario, I think I'd only resort to it in self-preservation kind of thing. Yeah, women in bikinis with guns. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Harem of Colt AK wielding big booty Latinas. We'll get Alexandria in our cult. Yeah. And who knows, maybe you could build a little community. You could try and take in stragglers, try and build a community, people with different skills, that sort of thing. You could try that. But again, that survival of the fittest instinct will come in real quick. Let's say you actually organize a group. Let's say you start with a group of 4, let's say they're some close friends. You organize a little base, you get your shit together, you've got supplies, you've got a couple of guns, you've got this, that, and the other. You've got a nice little base, you got some, what you need. You go out on raids, you start to take a couple of people in here and there. Let's say your group gets up to 10, 15, whatever. Let's say 15, 20 maybe. Like, then you're going to start analyzing people who are slacking, people who are holding you back, and people who are actually a threat to you, as in, like, they're going to hold you back to the point where they put you at risk. What do you do in that scenario? Do you just somehow outcast that person? And if they didn't leave, what would you do then? You'd have a lot of difficult decisions to make. Oh yeah, charisma would be super important. She'd be a good figurehead. Yeah, she would. You'd have people simping for her and you could boss them around. But yeah, charisma would go a long way, bro. Like somebody like Charlie Manson, right? He'd be sick in that scenario. Like, yeah, that's true. Hey kids, tonight we're eating Andy Ruiz burgers. Oh dear. But yeah, it'd be interesting. I'd like to see the simulation. I would like to see the simulation. What I'd like to see, yeah, like I'd like to experience like a totally realistic simulation where, let's say, it lasts for a week. What I'd be most interested in is how the initial first week goes, how the initial first few days go. That'd be interesting. That'd be super interesting to me. I wonder how long it would take for people to do it, like to go to pure savagery. I don't think it would take that long. I really don't. I don't think it would take that long. It's a good question. Would zombies kill each other? That's a very good question. Yeah, Andy Ruiz burgers would last a long time. It'll get you through the winter, Nordic. It'll get you through the winter, won't it? Yeah, it'd be mad, yeah. Yeah, certain people would freeze up, no doubt. But I'll be interested, yeah, if something like this did happen. The thing I'd be interested in is like how long would it take to go to shit? I don't think it'll be that long at all. I wouldn't even be surprised if it's within hours. Seriously. Like, imagine, right? Let's say it's probably not possible, but let's say the whole world was struck with like EMPs, where there's no electricity, there's no power, there's no nothing. You can't drive a car because the electrical chips are fried. You can't do anything. I wonder what would happen then. I always think about random shit like this. I'd like to see the simulations, like realistic simulations of these events. Not only to see what would happen, but to see how I would do. It's like a video game, but you've literally got one life. It's super realistic. Everything that could happen in real life can happen. I'd like to see how long I would survive. Probably, yeah. Then their phones run out of charge. Then they know they're fucked. Yeah. I've had many nightmares about it, have thought about it a lot. Yeah. Another thing as well, I think you'd be surprised with the people who do well. as in like survive it and actually, you know, survive a long time. I think you'd be surprised by who does well. I feel like most of us would be ahead of the curve because at least we'd have some sort of plan. We could formulate some sort of plan, which may not be foolproof, but like a lot of people wouldn't even have a plan. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, rabies is basically a zombie virus. Yeah, it's like a rage virus in 28 days later, but we've basically gotten rid of that threat, but it is still incurable if you don't seek help right away. Yeah, it is. Yeah. But imagine if like rabies somehow mutated. And imagine it first broke out in a city. What's our meeting point then, boys, if a zombie outbreak happens? That's a very good question. Like would you'll be best off staying in if you're in if you are if you're in the city, you are at a big disadvantage. That's the good thing. Like I don't live in a city, so I can easily get to the countryside, like super easily. But if you live in a city, like getting out is going to be your main concern, is getting out of a city. That'd be the hardest part. I wouldn't bother with any supplies. If I was in the city, I wouldn't be concentrating on supplies. I wouldn't be concentrating on getting weapons or anything like that. I'd be purely concentrating on getting out. And then you look at the weapons, the food, the supplies, where to stay, where to go, you know, where to sleep. But getting out of a city would be imperative because it'll be super hard. The roads would be blocked. That'd be the main thing for people in the city. Oh yeah, they're all unrealistic, bro. But like, we're just talking hypothetically, you know. Everything would go downwards, everything would go in a downward spiral real fast until people got organised and established an effective run community. Despite many huge flaws, I think democracy is the best form of government so far. Yeah, and that'd be interesting as well because you'll see all the microcosms of different forms of leadership through different factions and different tribes. You'll have some tribes that are basically like almost like communist or like, you know, proper authoritarian, and you'll have other tribes who are more together and you know, are more fair and more and show more humanity. Yeah, the city. Listen, and not even just like zombies, man, but like any apocalypse scenario, the city's always the worst. Yeah, get out of the cities now if you're in one. Yeah, that's a good place to be, Reese. That's a good place to be. That's a very good place to be. In an ideal world, I'd kind of want to go down the coast. I think the coast would be a good place to go, like an isolated part of a coast. You know, like some old farmhouse on the coast somewhere. Fortify it, you know, get loads of supplies. I know, right? That'd be a great. That's a great stream topic on the other channel, though. Like, you know what I mean? That's a great stream topic. Yeah, that's an old. That's the old saying, though, isn't it? Once we like destroy each other with nukes, and there's a few people left like alive, which that's what we're going to go back to, no doubt. Yeah, the bath salt guy. Yeah, the homeless bath salt guy. Yeah, he acted like a zombie and like chewed somebody's face off. Yeah, that was like 10 years ago. That was in like was it LA or something like that? Bath salt zombie. That was a big thing. Do you remember back in 2012? Like there was this big hoopla about bath salts. Madness. Yeah, Miami. Yeah, Miami. Yeah, I just googled it now. 'Cause that's a fucked up case. Any pictures of that shit? They even made a movie called Bath Salt Zombies. Fucking hell. Yeah, he basically ate his face, man. Jesus Christ. Madness. Yeah, the homeless guy lived. I'm reading about him now. Apparently, he recovered relatively well. I don't know whether he's blind, though. I think he's blind, I want to say. He looks blind. Like, it doesn't look like he's got eyes left. Oh, bro, there's literally a picture of his face right after the attack in hospital. The guy literally ate his nose off. That's insane, man. That's insane. Man, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. Yeah, it's all fentanyl now, yeah. Imagine there's a drug that gives you superhuman powers. Well, I mean, bath salts, right? There are certain drugs that make you have you seen like a cocaine head run, like a crackhead run? They run super quick, man. And I swear there's certain drugs where what drug is it? Where I forget there was this video, but a police video where some guy was on some sort of drugs. I forget what drugs he was on, but he was attacking loads of people with a knife. And they put so many rounds into him, and he kept on walking like nothing happened, like Michael Myers type shit. I forget which drug it was, but he was just walking through bullets, man. It's insane. And it took him something like fucking 15 bullets or something crazy to kill him. PCP, it might be PCP, yeah. Yeah. Well, it makes sense because PCP is like an anesthetic, so yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, bullet sponge like a video game, exactly. Loads of hit markers. Maybe that's the thing. When you go into battle, when you're like in the zombie apocalypse, just take a shitload of PCP and then go into battle. Maybe that's the plan. Just take a shitload of PCP. I'm good, Tom. I'm good. I'm good. I've enjoyed the conversation. I'm not going to lie. I've enjoyed it. My old neighbor went on a rampage one day, and 2 police vans and like 5 police officers had to get him on the ground. He was on some drugs for sure. Yeah, facts. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, General Butt Naked. That story is like crazy. Like what that guy did, because he believed it like basically drinking child blood and like eating organs like made him invincible. Basically, like he thought he was basically bulletproof, and that's what what's his name, Miguel Trevino Morales did, Los ETA leader, the old Los ETA leader. That's what he apparently did. Like he used to eat like human hearts and shit, because it like in his mind it made him like invincible, and that's what was said about him. Like people who came out and testified and shit and spoke about him, they basically said that he had no fear of death, like no fear of consequence at all. And yeah, people believe in that shit, man. And that's all it really takes, right? If you believe in it, even if it doesn't work. I don't know. It might be, It's up there. It's definitely up there. Yeah. Yeah, man. He's in prison now. Miguel Trevino Morales. He's in prison, yeah. I think he's in Michoacan right now. Miguel Trevino. I don't know how long I don't know how long he got in prison though. Miguel Trevino Morales. Sometimes, honestly, sometimes these cartel leaders, they really don't get the sentences that you think they should. There's certain like cartel leaders that don't get the sentences that you think they would. But yeah, some crazy fucked up people. Yeah, Miguel Trevino is a proper monster, even compared to others in that realm. And bar for cruelty and the sadistic sit in that world is pretty low. Yeah, like I'm convinced. Yeah, that guy, like even if he wasn't involved in organized crime, like that's a guy who could have very easily been a serial killer. Like out of all of the cartel leaders that I've researched, I think he probably is like the most. I think he was probably born psychopathic, like just a genuine like born psychopath. Like I think there's proto psychopaths, like a proto psychopath being essentially made and molded, and there are psychopaths who are born. And I think he was probably born that way. There's like nothing could have been done regardless. That guy would have been conniving, evil, regardless. Whereas someone like El Chapo, I don't think that guy was necessarily born a psychopath. And again, it's the nature nurture argument. Some people are just born that way, whereas some people are molded. Like I think some people, when it comes to like nurture or proto psychopaths, I think they probably have like malignant traits of being a potential psychopath, but it takes certain like experiences or molding to bring them out, if that makes sense. Whereas I think some people just have those traits and they're like out in the open, they're like part of their subconscious, and they'll always divulge, they'll always go that way. But having said that, not all psychopaths are violent. Not all psychopaths are violent. In fact, most aren't. Most aren't violent. Like there's a lot of psychopaths in high level business, high level politics. Most aren't outwardly violent. But, you know. But yeah, from what I've read about Miguel Trevino Morales, yeah, I think that guy was born a psychopath. El Mencho, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure in regards to El Mencho. Again, there's not as much on El Mencho, like, so it's hard to say. It's hard to say. Imagine a zombie Deontay Wilder. I wouldn't want to get caught by him. I really wouldn't. But yeah, a lot of those Zeta guys were like the old Zeta leaders. Like, what's the other guy? Heriberto Lascano. Like, he was another one, man. Literally a trained killer. I swear you can always tell as well by the eyes when it comes to these people, man. I'm sure that's a dead giveaway. But you can tell by the eyes. Like, even if you look at old pictures of like Miguel Trevino Morales, he just looks dead behind the eyes. Like, it's mad. It's crazy. Yeah, John Jones, I think he's a psychopath. He's certainly got psychopathic tendencies. Or a sociopath. Yeah, John Jones, the type of guy to chase after zombies. Yeah, eyes like a shark, yeah, like lifeless. Like a doll's eyes almost, yeah? Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, Nazario was, from what I read about him, he was almost akin to a cult leader. More so than like a traditional cartel leader, whatever that means. But he wrote his own Bible. Like he was, I think he was Roman. Was he Catholic or something like that? And he basically wrote his own Bible. He wrote like certain commandments and certain things of that nature. Guy was insane, absolutely insane. But yeah, I'd be interested to see like a deep dive into like the psychology of these people, man. I really would, but because they're not all psychopaths. Like there's like just like you don't have to be a psychopath to do something absolutely horrific or do multiple horrific things. So they're not like all psychopaths, but someone like Miguel Trevino Morales had to have been. I don't care what anyone says. He had to have been. What do they reckon? Is it like 1% of a population they think are psychopathic? So there's 100 million people in a country, 1 million are psychopathic, which I can see. Yeah, I'm a casual when it comes to MMA. I'm a casual. Yeah, but I know Fedor. Yeah, I know Fedor. I know Fedor. One of the best heavyweights of all time. Some would say the greatest heavyweight of all time. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure they do. They kind of get used to it. I guess it's like a job. I mean, is it any different to a soldier at the end of the day? But it is, though, isn't it? Like, especially like the high level sicarios who are like chopping people up. Like that's different to like your average war. But is it though? Like I say that, but like when war is war, like when it's a real bad war, like soldiers will commit the most horrific acts of violence. I don't know. I think you're probably right. A lot of these guys are just conditioned by their environment. because you see it, don't you, in war. In most wars, you see you go whether it's fucking Iraq, like on both sides of the equation every single time. Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam, World War One, World War Two, Russia, Ukraine. Yeah, I'm a lot of guys, I'm sure, are like conditioned. In Mexico, in a lot of those rural places, the ground is fertile for psychopaths. The material conditions are perfect for these monsters to show up. Those are places tough people grow up in, yeah. I've noticed that as well, actually. You know how, like, in the West, like, let's say the USA or even the UK, like, you hear the expression street dudes. I grew up in the streets, in the trenches, etc. It's kind of different in Mexico. A lot of these guys seem to come from, like, rural areas. And that's where a lot of the fighting even takes place, is rural. It's a weird juxtaposition. It's really strange. I know there's violence that goes on in the big cities there. But like when it comes to like the major like violence and shootouts and shit, a lot of the time it takes place like in the countryside, in the hills and shit. And you look at these videos. Most of these videos take place out in the countryside and shit. That's what you should always try and do though. Like when I look at those sort of things, you got to put yourself in that mindset. Like, let's say you grew up in one of those rural areas where you got zero money, you probably don't have running water, you got no amenities around you or anything like that. There's no way out. There's no college. There's no further education. There's no opportunity. What are you going to do? Are you going to take that job guarding a marijuana field or being a lookout where you can earn a few extra bucks and then maybe progress, or are you going to slave away and get paid nothing and not be able to sustain yourself and sustain your family? What are you going to do? What would you pick in that scenario? And you might not even get a choice either. Let's not forget that. You might not even get a choice. So it's like, that's why I'm trying to do the videos the way I do. Try not to like be unreasonable with it. Psychopathy is a spectrum, but a true psychopath you want to avoid at all costs. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but I think there's different degrees of psychopathy, no doubt about it. Like I'm saying, I do believe there are people who are just purely and simply evil, who are born that way. Nothing can be done to fix them. They are what they are. I think those people truly do exist. I think those sort of psychopaths are very rare, but I think they exist. And I think there are those among us who have like maybe malignant traits of psychopathy where it can be activated under certain circumstances, under certain experiences. But I just find that sort of thing very interesting. Just on like an amateur, super amateur level. Yeah, exactly. And a lot of them come from abject poverty. And if you don't get tough, then you're not going to eat. Exactly. That's why it's probably best when you're doing that sort of content to try to put yourself in that scenario, because what lengths would you go to feed your family? You see that, like, you try to slave away and work and work and work. You see that's not bringing in enough money. I've been talking for far too long, but yeah, you work. It doesn't bring in enough money. Your family is still going short. Your kids are not going to school. They're not getting the food they need, etc. The clothes. Like, what do you do? Like, I think there's a lot of parents who would do things they shouldn't do to feed their kids, or to help their family, or help their parents. You know, it's a tough one, isn't it? It's definitely a tough one. Yeah, that's how they rope you in. It's a favor thing. If they do anything for you, they expect return. Yeah, and the return, I'm sure, is usually 10 times more than what you gave them, and that's basically it. Do you have any advice on starting a YouTube channel? Really tempted to start a boxing channel. Just do it, bro. The only thing I'd say is get a good mic, get a decent mic. You don't have to spend crazy money. Get like a Blue Yeti Snowball mic. That's like 40, £50. And they are really good quality mics for the price. Get one of them, get a decent mic, and start. You know, talk about upcoming fights, prediction videos. Just do it, bro. Seriously, just do it. If you're thinking about it, do it. What's the worst that could happen? You might enjoy it, you might not. Because you never know where it could lead. Nah, Creed 2 is not the best boxing movie of all time, man. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Yeah, the oldest problem of Mexico and Latin America in general, there are no opportunities, legit none. This is why people leave everything behind and start from zero in the US. It's not easy. I can imagine. Well, I've seen on social media, like, and it's kind of ironic. It really is. But there's a lot of like Americans, like tech people who are like remote, who are moving to like Mexico City because it's cheaper. And I find that super ironic. You know, as soon as inflation hits, probably the same sort of people who complain about, immigration, then they move to Mexico. It's kind of crazy, right? It's kind of crazy. That's the world, though, isn't it? You know, that's the world. The world is full of contradictions, man. At the end of the day, man, we just do what's best for us and our family, regardless of what that is. Whether it's moving abroad and starting again, or whatever, you know, I think that's most of our goals. There are some bad eggs who take advantage of immigration, no doubt, but like the majority, I'm sure, are just trying to make a better life. City of God is a good movie. I've heard of this movie, actually. A Brazilian kid in the favela grows up to become a psychopath after seeing the violence around him. Starts when he shoots a kid dead. Sounds like a good movie. I've heard of it, actually. I've heard of it. I feel like now, though, they should probably start making like movies on like the shit that goes on in Latin America. Because I feel like the whole mafia thing's been played out now. I feel like it's all been played out. I think there's definitely a big interest in like what goes on with cartels. I think primarily because of Narcos. But I wouldn't. But can you? I don't know though. Could you even cover that shit in movies? Like, it's so unbelievable that like I don't think a movie would ever do it justice. You know. But there are so many good movies or series you can make, like fucking a Los Eta series, like a Los Eta Narco series would be super interesting. Like how they came about, their early days in the Gulf cartel, how they grew, how they split, the war, and how they basically kind of fell apart. That'd be a 6 series. Like you could do a narco series on Los Zetas. CJNG would be interesting, but that's risky though because those guys are still about. But have you heard about the movie of a guy who collects dead bodies in Colombia and embalms them? Good documentary. There are just dead bodies on the streets and he embalms them. It's real footage. No, I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it. It sounds interesting though, man. It sounds interesting. I might do a video, by the way, on this this PCP, the bath salt guy. I might do a video on that at some point, like as a little bonus video, maybe. Have a look on Google, on YouTube. Has anybody made video on it? Probably have. The name Ronald Popo. Oh, Disturbin made a video on it. But apart from Disturbin, nobody's really made videos on it. I might do that video at some point. I don't know. Maybe. We might do a video on that at some point. Yeah, imagine John Jones on bath salt. That'd be crazy. Imagine Ricardo Mayorga on bath salts. That'd be even worse. Yeah, that it could be done. It could definitely be done. No doubt. What I find even more interesting though is actually like the backstory behind actual cartel leaders and shit like that, like the actual individuals, like the whole El Mencho backstory. I found interesting, although there's not too much on his backstory. There's a bit, but like there's not like oceans, you know. But I always find that interesting. Orozco the Embalmer. That sounds like a horror movie, man. But anyway, guys, I need to wrap this one up. We've been going for nearly 5 hours. Nearly 5 hours. You know what I was going to do? I was actually going to stream on Twitch after this, but it's too late now. I can't be bothered. I've had too much fun. But yeah, guys, thanks for joining me. Been a long one. Have a good weekend, though. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And most importantly, stay safe. Peace.